Okay, so we are now live. I am here tonight with a semi-distracted Sargon of Akkad who's currently rebuilding a castle in Ark. Should I keep that off stream
No, it's
in
fine.
case they hear it and come back
But
in?
dude, right? This is how I unwind. Everyone can fuck off. I really don't give a shit. This is how I relax by building stupid shit and taming dinosaurs. I don't care, and having wars with other people who do the same thing. I just don't give a shit, and I'm not going to be judged by someone who's a total fucking weeb. So kiss my ass.
I don't, dude. There's no evidence of that. I've yet to see evidence of It's like people calling me a weeb. That is basically my channel's version of the Russia thing. I've yet to see any concrete evidence.
So full of shit.
So yeah, I'm here with Sargon, and I got a whole bunch of articles we can go through. We mentioned right before we went on, to some degree, that Tommy Robinson gave a speech at Speaker's Corner, which is it's in London, correct?
Yeah, it's in Hyde Park in London.
And the point of it is basically the one part that it basically is an invitation for all to speak, no matter how crazy their politics are.
Yeah, but it's also meant to be sort of a focal point for discussion, and it actually has an act of parliament to guarantee the free speech there, and that's not being upheld, as you can imagine.
Yeah, when Lauren Southern, I think it was the day after she got turned away, that I can't remember exactly what I said on Twitter, but I basically implied that Muslims run your country, something like that.
Uh-huh.
And
that's not how it is. What it is our country is run by people who are pathologically afraid of Muslims.
Yes.
But not because of the Muslims themselves, but because of the people who claim to care about Muslims. Those people will use those Muslims as a weapon against the people who...
They're basically afraid of their own reputation becoming that of Tommy Robinson's. I would say that's exactly what they fear.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And I mean, I bet many of them are privately entirely sympathetic to Tommy, and with good reason.
I would say to some degree, yeah. Based on some of the actions that have gone, that I've noticed going on in the background of the UK, and basically their attempts to create sort of like their own deep state for the purposes of countering terrorism and Islamism in their own country, in your own country. That they basically recognize there's a problem, but they're doing everything that they can to stay away from a microphone or a camera when the news hits of another, rape scandal.
Yeah, because the left are, well, total defenders of Islam. They may as well be Muslim when it comes to Islam.
What's the phrase? Islamophile?
Yeah, basically. They think that Islam didn't do nothing. Not one single terrorist or grooming gang is even vaguely related to Islam. And do you know what's interesting is in This Week in Stupid, I included an article in The Independent that was written under a pseudonym by a woman who was a victim of a Muslim grooming gang. And she went out of her way to point out that, no, these are entirely religious actions. They're done from religious motives, as in it's the religious treatment of women in Islam that is being applied. And unfortunately for white British girls who are not Muslims, they don't act in accordance to how Islam thinks women should act. And so these women become fair game. They're just white slags, or Aussie slags, or British slags, or whatever. They're just slags. They're just easy targets. And so it's religiously motivated. It's religiously justified. And it's just like, fuck. What are we going to do?
The thing is that I think, unfortunately, it's a matter of, I'm not really sure what it would be called, but it's a matter of these people have basically taken up the idea that Islam is a race, and therefore anything that is a direct result of their political ideology / religion, that is somehow also racial in their own mind.
Yeah, so, they're very quick to conflate Islam, the religion, with non-white people, the race, which doesn't even make sense. But this is the point. I mean, the grooming gangs themselves are only about 84% Pakistani, which is the largest immigrant ethnic groups in this country. But they're 100% Muslim, and this is the thing, North Africans, sort of Albanians. I'm not sure they're Albanians actually, but like, people from outside of the Middle East, they're just called Asians, and but what it really is that they're Muslims, and everyone fucking knows it.
Yeah, I just think that unfortunately the ideology of these people that are like the Islamophiles, I basically regard them as people that are too cowardly to convert, but are otherwise fucking Muslims, in my opinion. I think they have more in common with the Muslims than they do their own countries.
Well, I mean, mostly it's intersectional leftists. So,
Right.
I mean, religiously, they pretty much are Muslims because Islam likes to define itself as the victim.
Right.
And, that...
A lot of common.
Exactly. That's how everything that they believe, everything that falls into the rubric of intersectionality can be summed up as we consider ourselves to be victims. And so it's a coalition of victims across all different like categories of existence, or like anything at all. Anything can be, as long as you consider yourself a victim, social justice has a place for you. It's horrible.
Yeah, well, I have the article in front of me, and I'll share the screen because I'm not sure 100% if this is what was the case, but I believe Tommy was reading Lord and Southern's speech that she wanted to give.
I think it was Martin Sneller's, actually.
Oh, the identitarian guy?
Yeah. I did listen to it, but honestly, it was kind of hard to hear because of the poor recording quality of the location and stuff. So I genuinely can't really remember very much about it.
Okay, yeah, it was the identitarian guy. So that's really the problem with this, because I saw a bunch of people basically memeing the fact that Lord and Southern, Brittany Pettibone, and God, what is this guy's fucking name? Martin Sellner.
Sellner, right? Okay.
Yeah, they weren't able to get into the country in order to I forget what Lauren Southern was going to do. I think she was interviewing Tommy Robinson.
Yep.
And the Generation Identity guy and Brittany Pettibone, who's the girlfriend of that guy, were going to do a speech at Speaker's Corner. Yeah. So
yeah, I think that was the plan.
The thing is that this is obviously something that people can meme, and that's fine. I know Kraut posted a meme, which was "Begone Thought."
It was quite funny. I'm not gonna lie.
That was pretty funny. Like I would say that a lot of people can certainly see that it's something that is obviously concerning, because I would say that with Lauren, I've seen people debating this, whether Lauren would be lumped in with Brittany Pettibone and the Generation Identity guy, and I'm not too sure of that. I would definitely say, go ahead.
I wouldn't hasten to do that, but I would have to speak to her at length about it, and I have for a while.
Exactly. So. I would say that especially with Lauren Southern, it would be decent to give somebody the benefit of the doubt to explain what they actually believe, rather than to lump people into different groups. The issue that I have would be with Brittany Pettibone, and especially with the Generation Identitarian guy, because by all appearances, Martin Sellner is a white identitarian. They're just not very clear about that. It seems to me that he may not be like the online only ethno-status kind of identitarian, but he is, for all intents and purposes, a white identitarian.
I think so, yeah.
And that, unfortunately, I would say it brings into question the issue of maintaining the idea of people being able to speak their minds, and free speech being something that is a Western ideal, but at the same time recognizing that identitarianism itself is not something that is going to better the situation.
No, that's the reason we're in this situation.
Yeah.
It's a fucking identitarian.
For as much as I could probably agree with Martin Sellner in that we definitely do have a problem in the Western world, I don't think that his solution is actually a solution. It's a lot like listening to a Marxist talk about capitalism and all its flaws, but then proposing worse solutions.
Exactly.
So I would say that I've seen people come to my channel before and say that I'm too quick to dismiss it's like Identity Europa, or it has in here. What is it? Where is it? Generation Identity. I think we have enough identitarians in the world. I think we have enough. I think that's kind of the problem. So I don't really see the idea of more identitarianism actually benefiting anybody, especially if you are concerned about the trajectory of the Western world. I don't think that spreading more of this sort of nonsense is actually going to win this fight. I really don't think so.
Yeah, I just think there's no question of that. I think it's just a forward path into the spiraling out of control of the Western world, and I think that we should be trying to pull that back.
Yeah, I think you can be very frank and honest about what's happening in the world and the consequences of Muslim immigration without being a white identitarian.
Yeah, obviously. You know,
well, that's the thing, is that a lot of these people say that individualism is basically incapable of actually not just identifying this, but addressing this properly. And it's like, okay, well, if you close down the borders and limit immigration completely and focus entirely on integration and forcefully so, then what's the issue?
Yeah,
what's the issue?
I was going to say nothing about like an individualist system would prevent that from happening.
The real problem I see it is with your country and my country. The parliament in your country and the Congress in my country are talking and talking and talking, and they are not limiting immigration. They're not doing that.
Absolutely. The problem is that they are spineless and they're not actually taking action.
Yeah. The answer is to put forward better people within a decent framework, within the individualistic framework. And in the United States, keep primarying Republicans or conservatives that are corporatists or internationalists, getting rid of them, not basically joining the Nazi party. There's no reason to do that. They're not really an alternative. You can simply primary people.
It's just a different method of failure. I mean, just the Nazis didn't succeed. They weren't on a winning trajectory. Neither was the Italian fascists or the Spanish fascists. None of the and like the way Chile succeeded was becoming a liberal state. That's how Chile is the best economy in South America at the moment. And it's just like these, and I understand why they do it. They think, oh well, this is the only thing we can do before the end of Europe. And it's like, actually, there are, I hate to be that sort of fedora tipping actually guy. There are lots of other things we can do. I mean, just think about like the circumcision ban in Iceland. Both the Muslims and the Jews were furious about that. I mean, any of the sort of backwards Abrahamic religions that rely on mutilating you, they don't like it when you stop people from mutilating you, and they will voluntarily disassociate.
Yeah,
that's a really powerful start, and it's a human rights issue.
It's basically, in essence, creating conditions that force secularization, or what would be the word for voluntary emigration from a country.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they want to stay, they can stay, but they just can't do the terrible things that they were doing. I mean, the problem isn't necessarily that they're here. The problem is we're letting in huge numbers of people who do terrible things. I don't think we should let in huge numbers of anyone. And if anyone's doing terrible things, they should be absolutely cracked down on. It's really not that complicated, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that there's a series of ways that this can be done and could be talked about without getting into the into the gutter of just, well, that means you have to take on your own white identity. It's like, okay, well, that isn't any kind of fucking solution.
This is something that Americans don't understand about Europe, and like national identities are so much stronger here. There is no white racial identity in Europe. It's just not considered. It's an American solution to a problem that happened hundreds of years ago. It doesn't exist here, and there's no need for it here. And it's not. I don't think it's going to happen here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think that this is kind of a fool's errand.
I'm not being the same team as the French and Germans. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right, so we can move on from that. Actually, this is not an exact segue, but I thought I would talk about, because I see some people in the chat mentioning that they don't believe integration can work, but the fact is that things can change fairly quickly. And what I want to do is show this Pew Research based on polling between 1994 to 2017.
Yeah, but before you get into it, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I think the answer is for some it can and for some it can't. And for those that it can't, our borders are always open. And if we make conditions such that they feel that they can't have the life they want here, then they will disassociate. And
go to Sweden.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, and that's what they should do. You know, that's the right thing to do. That's how we maintain the sort of cultural integrity of our countries without turning them into Nazi states.
Yeah. I think that's a step in a direction that definitely isn't necessary when there's so many options before then.
Yes, exactly. So,
in the United States, back in 1994, 54% of Democrats were in favor that 54% of Democrats, or people that lean Democratic, which would be typically to the left, said that homosexuality should be accepted by society. And in 1994, 38% of Republicans, or those that lean Republican, which would be traditionally conservatives, said that homosexuality should be accepted by society. In 2017, which is the most recent data we have on this from July, 83% of Democrats said that homosexuality should be accepted by society, and 54%, a majority of conservatives, believe that homosexuality should be accepted by society. Overall, 70% of Americans believe that homosexuality should be accepted by society. With these kind of issues of tolerance or acceptance, I think that in the Western world, especially in the United States, everything is headed in the good direction, meaning people are becoming more and more tolerant and not increasingly less tolerant. So the idea of more people, there's more hate crimes and et cetera, I find it very hard to believe those statistics when we have very credible evidence to say that more people, pretty much at a record level in American history and probably in the Western world, are accepting of what was not all that long ago considered to be a serious sin and something extremely taboo in society.
People have got to remember that hate crimes are a fairly new idea. I mean, there didn't used to be the idea of a hate crime. No, we can't.
Yeah. It just used to be crimes. It wasn't a matter of special circumstance that we have to add on an additional charge. That makes little to no sense to me. And probably if it went to the Supreme Court, based on my knowledge, wouldn't stand up.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that, it's worse because he did it out of bigotry. Is that worse, or is that just the reason he did it? You know, I don't care. Did it out of bigotry? Okay.
Does it really? I mean, the thing is that, like, let's say you have a guy and he murders his wife because she cheated on him. And it's like, oh, wow, this guy's a murderer. So we got to, get evidence. We got to bring him to the courts or get a plea deal, and we got to convict him and send him to prison. But if he killed his wife because she was a dyke, would that somehow be worse? She's still dead.
No, but I'm also going to judge you for having the wrong political opinion about homosexuals. It's such a small fucking difference, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a murderer, but at least he wasn't a bigot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least he didn't hate her for some odd reason. Just cheating on her, that was why. But for whatever reason, that's the acceptable kind of hate, not the unacceptable kind of hate.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's so fucking...
It's stupid. But my point is...
I'm sure it's ideological. It's progressive ideology.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. It was the early onset of progressivism that has taken root.
Yeah, and trust me, the way my country is at the moment, don't let this happen in America, man.
Oh yeah, well they're on the books. There are hate. They're on the books, but again, these are laws that have never, as far as I know, have never gone to the Supreme Court because I think they get knocked down in a second.
Fucking hopefully, because
I've looked into this recently, and it's funny because I'm doing a video right now, and I wasn't able to finish it today, but it's on video games and involves some amount of case law from the Supreme Court based on the First Amendment. And what's funny is I wasn't actually sure before. Like in the United States, we have a so-called precedence based around obscenity, meaning obscenity is not actually obscenity is not something that is accepted within the First Amendment. That it is excluded in terms of free speech. If you look into what is considered obscenity, it's nothing. It's literally nothing. Virtual child porn is not obscene. Pornography is not obscene. Violent video games are not obscene. Like violent entertainment, swearing, cussing, none of it is technically obscene. So it's like, okay, well then what is obscene? Well, as far as I can tell, there is no actual standard anymore.
Okay.
So if you listen to somebody like Antonin Scalia when he's still alive talking about video games, he goes, well, obviously this isn't obscene. Obviously, the founders of the Constitution, the founders of the country, always intended for obscenity to not be included in the First Amendment. But then it's like, okay, then what is obscene? It's never actually fucking defined.
Well, honestly, try and keep it that way, because as soon as they define it, man,
I don't think it ever will be. I don't think it ever will be. If it will be a terrible precedent that's been set. But the thing is that there was a serious case of virtual child porn, like Lolicon, that went before the Supreme Court. They ruled in favor of that being included in the First Amendment and that not being obscene. And it's like, if virtual child porn is not obscene, and by the way, I'm glad that was the ruling in that case. But it's like, if that's your precedent, then what is obscene by your definition?
Yeah, I mean, I could understand it if they put virtual child porn in there. I could understand.
Well, the thing is that in the end, it's ultimately always being done in involving adults of consenting age.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that I would put it in there. I'm just saying.
No, but you're saying that you can understand why they may.
Yeah. Well, I could understand if they had. I can understand the argument against as well, obviously, but yeah, you know, like that's pretty flexible. In this country, I really doubt you get away with it.
No, dude, they have like pornography laws. I think you're kind of fucked in your country.
We have got such a fucking job ahead of us, I swear to God.
But the reason I mentioned that, and I mentioned this, is getting back to the issue of Islam, that all you need to do is push people socially for long enough, and they will become increasingly more liberal. So long as that's what you're pressing upon them.
I don't think you need to push them. I mean, if you just have like sort of non-discriminatory policies, these things will just follow as a matter of course.
Well, I would agree and disagree. I do think that social norms and the pressure of society, I think, does actually help in this way. I do think, because considering how radically things changed when it came to the issue of gay marriage, in terms of not just the law because of the Supreme Court, but the facts around where conservatives used to be to where they are now, to where the only group that's still arguing in favor of some kind of constitutional amendment to ban gay marriage again is like a fringe group of evangelicals, and that's it. So considering, and the fact is it's no longer a plank of the Republican Party.
Yeah, of course.
So I would say that for the pessimism that would come from smart people such as Douglas Murray around the issue of Muslims, I would say that Islam can actually be integrated into the UK and into Europe. But the fact is that what you need is to, one, effectively just do a Muslim ban for any more. I don't care what people have to say about religious tests or any of the other shit. You should ban Muslim immigration into the country from here on out until the issue is settled. And if that never happens, then there's no more.
They will never, ever agree to that.
Well, that's too bad then. I mean, that's
you
the thing.
You were an Islamophobe, good sir.
That's the thing, is that, you know, I think that in the United States, we're nowhere near as tolerant as it relates to that issue as the UK and in Europe in general. I think that when the Pulse nightclub shooting happened, I think that in the United States, for a decent amount of Democrats and people on the left, that was in some way a very silent Charlie Hebdo moment, where they kind of looked at it like this Muslim guy, this radical Muslim guy, shot up and murdered a bunch of gays for no other reason than they were gay.
Yeah.
And it gives those kind of people pause. And obviously the left did its utmost to avoid the issue altogether. They did their best to cover that up, in essence. Not to cover it up, but to skirt the issue entirely.
Oh yeah, just to obfuscate. Do anything else other than talk about the problem of radical Islam.
If we repealed, I think, what is it, the 25th Amendment, which is term limits for presidents, if we repealed that amendment and we had another 9/11, another flagrant 9/11 Muslim attack on this nation, Donald Trump would be reelected for the rest of his life.
Yeah, probably.
And it would be likely just him going up and saying, I am not beholden to the political correctness in radical Islam, and he would win for the rest of the time. Mm-hmm. And we'd have a Republican Congress for the rest of time, so long as they made that a plank of their party. So I think that in the United States, we are headed in the direction of this becoming an increasingly large issue that is not just simply based around terrorism, but the fact that people are more and more cognizant of the fact that Muslim integration isn't really happening.
Yeah, there are significant cultural problems.
And all you need is somebody that's semi-intelligent and likely to be not white, although that doesn't seem to be the win-all when it comes to being a public face. But it helps. If you get up there and you say, listen, my family integrated here so-and-so in such a time, and we never did anything like this. All the people from Poland, all the people from Germany, all the people from Ireland, all the people from where the fuck ever, all the Chinese people that came over here.
Hindus. Hindus will be the ones doing that.
Right.
We've got a lot of Hindus, and they're not a problem.
Exactly. And so the thing would be that you would basically have enough
shops. It's really useful.
You'd have enough people out there that would say that my family came here a generation or two ago, and we're now in the upper middle class, if not the wealthy. And it's because of hard work and adherence to the norms of this society. I'm an American. I love this country. And it's a problem that in this country, not enough Muslims feel the same way. And boom. That's the end of the fucking issue. And unfortunately, with the Republicans and conservatives in general, I mean, the left is so fucking tied up in its own ideological knots that I don't know if they'll ever unfuck themselves. But with the right, it's just a matter of cowardice and idiocy.
Yeah, and dogma as well of their own sort. You know, they're stuck in their own dogmatic trenches. And like listening to the gun debate issue as a European is alienating, to say the least. It's not something that really is hot on the books here, but I mean, maybe it's a British thing, to be honest, because I mean, in Britain, our government's really weak. You know, they do things by increment because they're too cowardly to do things by like in great leaps. And so this is how we've ended up with our ridiculous nanny state where literally everything needs a fucking license, because you can't really argue against needing a license. But that means that technically we do kind of have most of what we want, just in a really muted version. Whereas, I mean, you know, for example, the guns aren't illegal in the UK. People think they are. It's just that there are a whole bunch of regulations to keep guns, you know, like a rifle or a shotgun or something. But it's just more difficult.
And I don't think you have a similar culture in that way that we do.
No, we don't. No, they're very much like, you know, it's like an aristocratic culture of hunting, or farmers that have them, and they're using them to shoot pests.
Yeah. My stance on guns has actually evolved to some degree, because one of the things that I've come up with recently from my own perspective is one of the things that I think would be very helpful for the United States is that if more nations in the world had far freer access to firearms, one reason would be that we would export them, they would buy them from us, but also that it would make them a lot more pliable as a country and as being more in favor towards liberty. Because if they're armed and they fear their own government, they're a lot less likely to then be cowed by them. And I think that helps us in the long run.
Probably. I don't think one of the arming people is a very good argument, though. There are a lot of people opposed to that, and they've got very strong emotional arguments against doing that. So
sure, but I'm just saying from the perspective of, like, I do think that gun ownership is a matter of an argument around liberty. I do think so.
I agree. And this is the thing, right? To explain to people, like, I'm not against gun ownership. You know, I mean,
right.
But the thing is, you've got to understand that it comes with a massive fucking price that we don't pay in Europe. You know, we don't pay that price over here. So it's not that I disagree. It's that I'm being pragmatic and just looking and going, well, we seem to have good reign on the power of the government. The government actually is really servile in many ways, and it's again in its own way kind of cringy. But I don't think that the state's going to start cracking down, except in the sort of social ways that they do with people like Tommy Robinson, and it's really annoying. And the hate speech laws as well. Again, it's all like social ways rather than outright persecution. It's fucking insidious.
Well, I see Tyler said in the United States we have a population of 320 million and have had 15,000 murders, 11,000 of them by guns. Well, that's just a matter of means. It's very easy to kill somebody with a gun. And the thing is with firearms is that, and I think those are the numbers that are the good numbers, not the bullshit suicide numbers. The issue with murders in the United States is one of the breakdowns I'd like to see that I have yet to see is the difference between firearms that the person themselves owns and that they committed the murder versus illegally obtained firearms. Because with illegally obtained firearms, then it becomes an agency issue, an ATF issue. Yeah. That's just a matter of illegal black market trade. And that's just a policy issue. That's not even a liberty issue.
I bet those numbers are out there if you were looking for them.
Oh, sure. They probably are. But I've come across just the basic numbers.
Yeah, I actually saw a bunch of stuff. I mean, there's been a meme floating around.
Yeah,
recently.
Really quick. Somebody in the chat just said more suicides than homicides. That's actually true.
Yeah, of course. But suicides aren't really gun crime. So.
Well, the left really loves including those figures.
Oh well, I would definitely keep suicide out of gun crime statistics. I think that's totally inappropriate. But yeah, so like this is the problem with gun violence in America, and dealing with anyone talking about it is that it tends to be really localized in certain places.
Oh yes,
and then this is what people don't like. There's no point banning guns in some rural fucking Tennessee town where everyone's, the population's quite healthy. There's good marriage rates, good education, good.
And also almost non-existent crime.
Exactly. There's almost non-existent crime in these towns. Why the fuck are you banning guns? What, now.
Oh, you broke up there. Still here? Or did you get cut off? Lost you there for a second.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know why, but my internet occasionally pings.
Yeah, that's fine. You were saying about rural areas.
Yeah, and these rural areas where there's virtually no crime to speak of anyway, let alone gun crime, there's no justification for it.
Yeah,
so if you're making a pragmatic argument anyway, saying, well, look, it just, in principle, I agree with you. We do have the liberty to own firearms and defend ourselves against tyranny, blah, blah, blah. But there are an awful lot of gun deaths. Okay, well, where are the gun deaths? They're not around here, are they?
Yeah. As far as I know, the overwhelming majority of gun deaths that are not, that are offensive in nature, meaning it's someone attacking another person. That's in the inner cities.
Yeah, and it's between people who know each other, and it's for a reason.
And this is one of my fears, and I switched to a new poll because I saw it linked, is that we do have pretty severe polarization in the United States, and I think the gun issue is unfortunately a portion of what's driving some of that, just a small part, but a part of it. Because unfortunately, people of the left or on the left or more democratic, they view the gun issue from the perspective of somebody that I would list is either like a Europhile or an urbanite, someone who is only cognizant of the drug dealer down the road with an illegal pistol.
Yeah, I think the important thing to note really is that they're completely ignorant of the subject.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that I'm not included in that. I am included in that, and that's why I'm saying,
Well, I would say you're nowhere near as, and I would say that, there's plenty of people that I've even met in my real life that are incredibly offensive on the issue and ridiculous about it. And I would say that you come nowhere near that level.
Oh yeah, and I've got a personal dislike for guns. I personally don't find them to be very appealing. But I don't
definitely don't have an American. There was somebody on chat where it was a little kid saying, it was a little kid at an American school, and he was he held a sign like guns aren't cool. And I quoted that tweet and I said, what kind of kid is such a faggot that he doesn't like guns?
That's a good question. But I'm not saying they're not cool. It's just I don't know. Maybe it's a
No, I definitely think that it's a matter of difference in culture, but it's like
Yeah.
I think I said I did the brackets and I said when you want to be bullied because when I was a little kid, man, like I loved action movies. I loved my favorite series, and it still is largely to this day, is the Die Hard series with Bruce Willis.
I'm not against action movies or anything like that.
Right, but that's the thing is that like when I was a little kid, I mean, everyone I knew had like airsoft guns,
Yeah, of course.
pellet guns, Nerf guns, just everything that you can imagine.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I would say that there is a movement in the United States now that really actively wants to take those things away from children.
Mm-hmm.
And it is because of the cultural issue. They don't want to spread the culture of people liking guns.
Yeah, thanks, concerned mums of America.
Yeah, that pretty much is what it is. And it's unfortunate because the same people are the same people that are, one of the things when I was in school, it happened, I think, in late when I was in middle school or early high school. It was when I was in middle school. They banned dodgeball for the protection of kids. And it pissed me off because I was like, I love dodgeball. I was actually good at it.
Yeah, you fucking joyless freaks. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, and the thing is that it's one of the things that I can't stand. It is something that you can hold to the left and the right. I think that unfortunately in this modern era, people are, and that's the video I'm working on, people are too quick to shit on the left when there are a lot of nannying conservatives that are just looking for something to ban.
Yeah.
And I would say that one of the unfortunate parts of the boomer generation, and it still hasn't worn off just yet, even with Gen Xers in the media, is like kids are outside, they're doing all this crazy shit, they're getting into mischief, they're truant, all these kids are doing stupid stuff, they're getting drunk, they're smoking cigarettes, they're smoking marijuana. We got to get them inside, put them inside, wrap them in bubble wrap. Okay, they're wrapped in bubble wrap, now they're playing games, they love the games are terrible, you got to go outside. It's so frustrating to listen to, and it's from both the left and the right. I can't take it. It's like you have two whole generations of moms bitching about the fact that kids are going outside, getting drunk, and doing stupid shit. And now what you have is the millennial generation, and now especially with Gen Zs, they're indoors playing games. And it's like, whose fucking fault is that? You asked for this, you demanded this, and you got what you wanted, but now you can't stand it. It's like, why aren't they outside doing crazy shit, getting drunk, smoking weed? It's like, why do you think you did this? You created the market.
No, I agree.
So I think that I don't care whether it's conservatives that are bitching about violent entertainment, of which there are many, and that will be my next video, or people on the left bitching about culture and how every game's making a guy into a woman beater or some other shit.
Yeah.
We live in the world you guys help foster, and everything, even if it isn't, it's fairly innocuous. It seems to me that one of the big problems with the modern generation is isolation. That appears to be an actual serious issue, and also like not branching out in the ways that previous generations did.
Yeah, infantilization is a huge problem.
Pretty much. Marriage is also kind of really low at the moment.
Yeah.
A lot of people cohabiting and not getting married.
I think a lot of it does also come back to the kind of infantilization of people. Because like the amount of, well, frankly, progressives I see going, I'm never gonna have kids. It's like, man, that's sad.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that.
I love having kids. It's great. I would never go back to a time where I didn't have my kids. Holy fuck.
I think more people should be willing to listen to the old feminists who basically say have kids. I made a huge mistake, have kids. It's like, I think I may want to listen to that person who's now in the process of dying and is alone.
Yeah, there are a bunch of them, and you're missing out on one of the great aspects of life that evolution has prepared you for. You're gonna love your kids more than anything. Just like you. And the thing is, I think it comes from a place of fear. Like, I might fuck up. Okay, yeah, you might fuck up. You might. Yeah. But to
Pain
be honest with you,
happens.
we have to
Like
continue the
it's the
race.
first. It's the what is it? The first. I forget the first whatever of Buddhism. The first rule, whatever. Life is suffering.
Yeah, I don't know if it is, but like the first rule of Buddhism, but it's true that like.
I'm looking that up.
But the thing is, life is continually less and less suffering for more and more people. So this fear, oh, the world's so awful. No, it's really fucking kind at the moment. We're so far down the line.
It's the first of the Four Noble Truths, and it's called the Durka. And no, I'm not making that up. Is an important Buddhist concept commonly transferred as suffering or pain or unsatisfactoriness. It is a fundamental it refers to the fundamental unsatisfactoriness or painfulness of mundane life. There you go. Life is suffering. And that's actually a tenet of Buddhism that I actually genuinely agree with. Is that another philosopher said it too. I forget who it was. There's a female who said, life is either suffering or boring. You have to choose which. And my choice is the same as Iggy Pop, is love life and life is suffering. So there you go.
There we go.
It's good. It's good and bad. It's up and down. You got to love every minute of it because sooner or later you're going to be fucking dead.
It is what you make of it. That's my opinion.
Let's see here. We got a couple more things. I guess we can segue to not that article. Let me move this down. Okay, that's a special article right there. This is actually a really good article we'll get to. Okay, so I guess I'll talk about this. So I've been saying for a long time now that one of the things that is prevalent, ubiquitous for mainstream developers in the Western gaming industry is censorship, what they have now dubbed curation, and intentional choices within their game for the purposes of ideology. And I've had people say that I'm right. I've had people say that I'm wrong. I've had people argue and saying that I'm going too far, that I'm saying that this is not something that they're doing intentionally, that is for other reasons. It's for marketing reasons. It's for to appeal to a certain demographic, blah, blah, blah. But I think that one of the things that is a self-evident truth about biology and the reality in which we live in is that sex sells no matter which demographic you're talking about. The only demographic that does not necessarily is not motivated through sex or attraction is those that have not reached puberty. I think that that would be the only people on the face of this earth outside of maybe old people past the point of giving a damn that are not motivated by sex and attraction and passion and etc. So when you go out of your way to censor sexualized content in your game, even when it is historically accurate, you are doing it for the purposes of ideology. And if not that, I need an explanation because it makes no sense, even from a marketing standpoint, to do that. Only through the lens of ideological nonsense does it make any sense for you to sanitize your game of sexuality, despite that being part of history. The reason I bring this up is that this is something that is emanating out of the Western industry. This is not something that the Eastern industry or the Polish industry, the Eastern European industry, gives a damn about. They still understand the fact that most human beings are not Tumblr asexual fucking social rejects, not mentally defective retards. Most people, go ahead.
Just to jump in here, like this is actually mildly annoying for many reasons. But the first one is these were not sexualized statues. These weren't sexual fetishes or anything like that.
Yes.
That's they weren't pornographic.
Yes.
Full stop. So
putting is about the human ideal. This is about
exactly.
art.
Yeah.
But that's the thing too. But again, it's not just about the sexuality. It is ideological also because it is about the ideal.
Yeah. We're celebrating human beauty, and
yes.
these people are covering that up, and it's like, oh, that's symbolic, isn't it?
It's because these people, as it relates to Western tradition and Western idealism, want to see it stripped, torn down, just like the communists once did. They want to see all of it bulldozed.
Yeah, probably. I totally believe it.
And as it relates to what's happening in Western gaming, I've said this before, and people question me. They said, oh, it's not happening at Ubisoft, even though I said it was. It is happening at Ubisoft. It is ubiquitous. It is happening in every single one of these games that are being published at this point in time. There are very fucking few games that are not at a minimum considering these ideological factors in the process of publishing their games. And
we see this everywhere, though. Like, it's not just there are publishers. Like, I imagine that Marvel, a big part of Marvel was them being surrounded by advocates of social justice.
yes,
And that I think that creates a kind of mentality. We think, well, I'm seeing this everywhere, therefore this must be everywhere. And then when they start seeing the sales come in, they literally have nothing else to say but, well, we heard that people didn't want women in diversity. And it's like that wasn't ever the question that anyone was asking. And so now that you're convinced to use it, to view the world through this lens, that's the only way you can interpret it. You know, every person with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That's not the problem at all.
And the reason why they said they did it is for the purposes of inclusion. So, in an M-rated game. Justice. Inclusion in an M-rated game, ladies and gentlemen. You're not fooling anybody. I mean, maybe you are, because they want to be fooled. They want to have an argument why this is being done, and it's not purely for ideological reasons. But you're not fooling me, as was said by that character actor in The Burbs. You may have fooled the others, but you haven't fooled me. And I bring us to this article from One Angry Gamer, which I have a small feature in my next video, where a developer at Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment spoke with somebody from Venezuela, or received an email from Venezuela, who has actually talked about the fact that after Venezuela banned violent video games, there was a massive spike in violence.
Really? Jesus.
Yes. And there's an easy explanation for this. If you have people at home playing video games, socializing with friends, or if they're not, they're just totally isolated, occupying their time. Mm-hmm. If you're not occupying their time, then they're out doing things.
Yeah.
And if they're out doing things and they're together and they're young men, they're likely going to be getting into mischief. Yep. So this to me is something that's obvious. But the problem is that whether it's the left or the right, at this point in time, they fundamentally believe the opposite. They believe that if violent video games are effectively banned or censored to such a degree, and like regardless of which way you regulate it, but if they are censored to such a degree that they are no longer considered violent by their ignorant position, that crime will in fact go down and mass shootings effectively will stop, according to the right. And the opposite is true.
Anything the left comes out with.
The opposite is true. And it's unfortunate that in the media, this is something that is not actually spoken about in any kind of way that is forceful or firm. The best defense that I saw from anyone who was on Fox News in the last 2 months on the issue of video games, and they've had a few regular segments about this on video games, the best person I've listened to about this is Ben Shapiro, who labeled all video games as immoral garbage. That is his words for what video games are. Immoral garbage.
Ben, Jesus, man. I like you, but calm down.
And he was the only person that said that it is... He didn't... Basically, he made the case that it wouldn't necessarily be moral to not... Basically, regulation of video games is moral, but the issue is that it is not politically advantageous, and it would be such an uphill battle as it relates to the Supreme Court's decision that it would be a fool's errand So he's taking a pragmatic stance for why it's wrong to regulate games. And he is the best person I've seen on Fox News talking about it. It's incredible.
Well, thank God for small mercies, I guess.
Yep. But I that's the thing that I've noticed about Ben Shapiro when I've been ripping him on Twitter a bit is that he's been basically everything is immoral. Like he's like a Muslim calling everything not halal. What's the opposite?
Haram.
Yeah, everything to him is haram. Like he violent movies are haram, violent or like anything sexually explicit, pornography, music lyrics, everything is haram to him. And I say that saying that I have listened to him say over and over again that all these things are specifically immoral. Yeah. I don't like them. They're not my taste. I prefer this kind of stuff. They are specifically all and everything included.
He's a very religious man, and that's a very religious position to take.
It's just ridiculous.
Did you see him on the Ribbon Report with John Peterson talking about religion?
Oh, God, no.
Oh, God, it was awful. I like Peterson and Shapiro, but like I was just sat there thinking, oh, fucking hell, the God botherers are back.
Oh, you probably didn't see this. I said it on Twitter the other day. I'm planning on doing a video on it at some point. Tucker Carlson did a very, very good segment talking. Basically, he paraphrased my quote of capitalism is not a worldview and explaining that right now, socially, the United States is becoming increasingly, if not basically socially dysfunctional, and that men are a big part of it. And one of the things is that he says is that one of the problems with, he said the country, but he actually means the right, is that they're guided by capitalism as a worldview. And the fact is that if capitalism was the thing that was going to produce a fully functional generation, why wouldn't we have it? And Ben Shapiro basically did a response to him, and it was a very good video by him. And it's from a conservative standpoint. It's with the exception of capitalism is not a worldview, in my opinion. And Ben Shapiro basically takes up straw man's what he said and takes up the banner of capitalism is a worldview, thank you, and it's going to save America.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
Oh my God, it's the biggest straw man in the world, and there's so many parts of his video that are just fucking stupid. I really want to dig into it because I haven't
watched it. The thing is, I can see the argument for capitalism as a worldview because, like,
if you're a business owner, you know,
that's exactly it.
If you're in the interest of making money, absolutely, it is about capitalism. That's how you make fucking money. And it isn't. But the thing is that especially for a guy that's all about fucking morality, capitalism is an amoral position.
Yeah.
It's an amoral economic system, and if you are a capitalist, you have an amoral worldview. All right? Like, I don't want to hear about capitalism as a moral standpoint while fucking HSBC is laundering money for Al-Qaeda and fucking
that's
cartels.
Corruption. That's corruption. So that in itself is obviously immoral because that's not how the system's designed to be. But I think it's important to remember that amoral is neither good nor bad, you know. So
I mean it from the perspective of an objectivist. From an objectivist standpoint, I don't really think it is a problem or a corruption to launder money for Al-Qaeda.
From an objectivist standpoint, capitalism's positively moral.
Yes, and so is self-interest.
Yeah, absolutely. Capitalism, in my opinion, self-interest is amoral. You can't help but be self-interested.
Well, that I would say from a non-insane ideologue standpoint, capitalism is an amoral standpoint. From an objectivist, it's self-interest is moral. So anything goes at that point.
Yeah, of course. But yeah. So I wouldn't call capitalism moral or amoral or immoral. I'd call it amoral.
I would say that
on the plus side, it's the best economic.
Yes, that's the thing is that I will endlessly concede the point that capitalism is the best economic system in the world or has ever been devised, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, and I'd love if there's a better one, tell me about it. I'd love to hear it because that's a revolutionary fucking thing you've just discovered. If that's the case,
yeah.
But the thing is
that better system than capitalism, then you're going to be hailed as some kind of hero.
Yes, but the thing is regarding capitalism that with it is not simply the only thing that should be of concern, because if it is, then why aren't we actually in the position where we have a fully functional society? When that is the case that Tucker's making, that we currently don't live in a fully functional society, and that capitalism as a worldview is not the thing that's any kind of solution to it. And I agree with that. I think that if capitalism was going to solve the issue, they'd have a few less diversity chairs shitting on men and discriminating against them, and maybe a little bit less of and maybe more of the opposite. Maybe more of a bit open arms and more of a consideration for the fact that more and more women are being churned out of college with advanced degrees, and more men have the opposite. Maybe, in fact, what you should do is market men towards trade, going to vocational school, learning a trade. Maybe that should be something to solve some of the issue. But that's just one aspect to the whole issue. And that was the thing that Tucker said. Is the whole segment from Tucker is basically there is next to nobody in this country that is in any way empathetic towards men. And I'm still waiting for a solution from basically the internationalist conservative investors. I'm waiting for a solution. You're not giving me any, so I guess I'm left to talk about this. And Ben Shapiro holds up the banner that says, "No, actually, you're wrong, Tucker. You're wrong."
Of course it is.
You sound like a leftist when you say that.
The thing is, Tucker, do you know what's weird though? Is that's really interesting, because Ben Shapiro constantly goes on about religion and how religion is about the social cohesion. It's the fabric of society. He talks about it a lot, because the thing is, talking about the fabric of society is a very right-wing thing to talk about.
Yes.
And this is what Jonathan Haidt was going on about in The Righteous Mind. He's like, look, the conservatives have like 5 different moral levels that they consider things on, and liberals only have 2, or lefties in your country only have 2. And that doesn't mean that these other things that constitute what we would call the social fabric don't exist. It's just that they're very subjective and they are liable to change. And that's true, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. And the left needs to start accepting that they do exist. And so to hear Ben Shapiro go, "No, these things suddenly don't exist," is really ironic. That's normally his grandstanding about religion and sex before marriage and all this sort of stuff. That's where he's coming from when he's talking about those things.
I agree. I think that unfortunately for him, well, that's the thing, is it a mistake? Is it erroneous? Or is it basically the mask of conservatism in this case coming off?
I think it was just an easy win. It's easy for him to make a one-dimensional.
He got ripped apart in his own comment section, so I don't know if he won that one.
Well, yeah, okay, but I guess the reason he did it is because he thought it would be an easy win. Let's say. Yeah,
the video is pretty amazing. I actually have one of the top comments on it. It's on a conservative channel. And it's a coalition channel or whatever we called, where you basically take a whole bunch of conservative clips and piece them into one channel, basically stealing other people's content. But he got ripped apart, and I have one of the top comments basically saying that when Tucker Carlson, his line is, "These people," and he meant conservatives, "treat capitalism as a religion when it's just an economic system." And I said, when he said that, he was talking about Ben Shapiro, and it's one of the top comments. Oh, man. It's so funny. But, I want to tear into that video because Ben got fucking shredded in that.
You should. It'd be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, because I think that on the tariff issue, which is by itself another issue, I think that Ben is unfortunately basically, because when you argue the tariff thing, it's amazing of an issue, because basically you find yourself on the same side as Hillary Clinton and a whole bunch of corporatist Democrats.
Well, he does represent the 1% though, Shapiro, doesn't he? I mean, let's be honest.
I would say that to some degree he represents basically the corporatist interest. He is an internationalist. I hear people talk about him, and it's like, okay, he has some points he's hard to argue against. I'd lose against him in a debate. He's an internationalist. Yeah. So I don't really think it's not, but that's the thing. It's a question of actual concern or dishonesty, because it's a matter of is he actually concerned about the fabric of American society? Is he really?
It's a good question. And one that I would be hesitant to answer as well, to be honest.
Because with his position of being a libertarian on immigration, do you think more or less immigrants are going to solve the issue, Ben?
Yeah, he's a libertarian of convenience, isn't he?
Yeah,
Sometimes.
yeah.
So, okay. But yeah,
Except in Tel Aviv, then the borders are shut.
yeah, exactly. I like Ben Shapiro, but yeah, I don't find his worldview to be entirely consistent.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that I thought that he's basically like, oh, this guy's a hard target. This is somebody that I'm really gonna have to sack up to go up against if I, because I've had people challenging me like, oh, Louis, you ever do a video on Ben Shapiro, you're gonna get fucking shredded, bro. You're gonna get thug life, man. You're gonna get destroyed. It's like, I actually think that Ben Shapiro is a lot better when he's going up against incredibly soft targets than he is basically on his own channel actually saying what he believes. I think he's a lot softer when he actually has to explain what he believes rather than argue against somebody else's retarded beliefs.
It depends on the subject for me when it comes to Shapiro. Some subjects he's really strong on, some he's not so strong on, in my opinion. But that's like anyone, really, isn't it?
Yeah, true enough. I've seen Tucker Carlson in my next video. I basically feature him as like a letdown because he also calls gaming garbage as a whole.
Oh, Tucker.
But he lets some guy just go on a rampage of just nonsense. But he's basically one of a whole bunch of Fox hosts that just demonize gaming and basically allow people to say. What's amazing is that I love, like, Ben Shapiro didn't do this to his own credit, so he's at least consistent in that. But it's like, I love this thing of the right of it's not just Ben Shapiro of money is speech. Therefore, if you are speeching to a politician, that's fair game. But it's like, on Fox News, they were talking about, there's so much money coming from the gaming industry into politics. It's like, there is, but if it is, what's the problem with that exactly? You're free speeching politicians. Why is that exactly a problem?
Yeah, what's your complaint exactly then? Go on, do tell.
Ben Shapiro, though, was consistent, so I'll give him credit on that. He was consistent.
Good man.
But I don't know, man. Like, unfortunately for people on the right, I just love to be like, all you need is like any left-wing show, any right-wing show. What you really need is basically some shit stirrer, basically sitting directly like behind the person who's basically pontificating and just being like, yeah, what about this faggot? And then like undermining their point completely, because it'll make that person stronger, the person actually pontificating. Because I think that that's one of the unfortunate part of this is that people just aren't given to like a different position. They basically just wrap themselves up into a single position, and unfortunately it makes them a lot weaker in the process. I did a video on that not too long ago about
this thing is it's team behavior. Yeah. As soon as you join one team, now you're a Republican, you have to be pro guns. It's like, yeah, but you might not like guns. But you might also not like socialism. So
yeah, there you go.
You know.
There was a video. The segment I used was a conservative commentator. He's British, but I think he's now Canadian.
Right.
I don't remember his name, but he's a stand-in for Rush Limbaugh and Tucker Carlson more recently. And he's got his own show, though, and he just interviewed Lindsay Shepherd. I got to watch that interview.
Oh, yeah.
And
bring you Kleenexes.
Yeah, let me. Shut the fuck up. Who the fuck was that? Somebody said to me in Skype recently that like, oh, fucking Lindsay Shepherd is like okay. It's like, fuck you, bro. What are your fucking standards?
Yeah, I bet you're just gorgeous, aren't you, buddy?
Yeah. Lindsay Shepherd is cute.
The fine-looking lady.
Let me find. I got to go in my watch later to find what the guy's name is. Mark Stein. So I did a video on Mark Stein where he was debating a trans activist and he lost the debate.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, bro, and I pointed out like 3 different things that he completely missed and went right over his head. And it's like, bro, you lost that fucking interview. How are you on Fox News talking about, and the thing is, he should have won the argument. He should have won, but he lost it. And it was like, wow, what the fuck was that? But that was the issue I made in that video, even though it's kind of a hard pill for certain people to swallow, is that unfortunately, when you go up against enough soft targets and you do it professionally in that you argue and pontificate as a profession, if you go up against enough weak targets, it makes you weaker, not stronger. You have to go up against hard targets, and you have to, and I've seen Tucker Carlson, to his credit, go up against some pretty hard people and not win, in my opinion. But at least to his credit, he did it.
Yeah, but when you lose against a hard target, that's not a shameful thing.
Exactly. Yes.
It's not shameful to not win against someone who's good at what they're doing, you know.
anyways, so I'll actually, what article? I'll just mention this in passing that for those of you fans of BioWare, I just wanted to let you know that the next BioWare game, Anthem, is currently hit a little bit of a speed bump with Drew Karpathian, who was a lead writer, leaving BioWare for a second time. And I had 100 people send me this article and a couple others related to it, just because I'm a BioWare hater. And Drew Karpathian was an incredibly influential writer at BioWare who left and retired.
It's legitimately heartbreaking because BioWare used to be amazing.
Oh yeah, they were. But Drew Karpathian, to his credit, like he's specifically not that good of a writer as it relates to books. I thought his books were a bit lacking in terms of quality, but his games were actually pretty solid. I mean, he was the guy that wrote the legendary Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, but he has left BioWare for a second time. And this to me is basically like I'm trying to remember what it's called, but it's like in dividends when you bet against a certain whatever property you want it to go down, like you're betting against it. That's I have everything bet. I'm all in on BioWare failing as a company. So this is a huge windfall for me because Drew Karpathian is one of the only talents they had, especially when he left. He came back, and it's probably because they bought him out. They're like, yo, bro, we'll pay you a shitload of money. Just come back because all we have are diversity hires.
Didn't they recently downsize BioWare Montreal?
Yeah, severely, yes.
Yeah.
But they're really betting everything on Anthem, which is being developed by BioWare Edmonton, which is their main branch. And he was helping them write this entire project. And he's bouncing for a second time. And my only hope is that is the writing on the wall. My hope is that is the sound of inevitability, as what's his face Hugo Weaving said in The Matrix. Yeah. I'm hoping that this is the end. And if it does happen, it will be the biggest video I ever do on my channel of just celebrating the fact that this company is fucking dead. Because if there's any equivalent to Marvel in terms of the comic industry who went all in on diversity, it is fucking BioWare. And unfortunately with the gaming industry, as I've said many times, and I'm not going to stew on too much, the problem with gaming is that there's too many people that just show up and buy the games regardless of what they hear, what the quality is, what anything is, what the last game was. They just show up and buy the product. And it's something that I see consistent in gaming. It's why I've recently sort of given up hope on gaming in general, just because I don't see that changing in the Western industry. I just see people showing up, buying shitty games, and then just not caring. They play 8 hours and then they fucking whatever. Wait for the next game to come out.
This is the thing about pre-releases. Like I no longer buy pre-releases at all.
Me too.
Pre-sales or whatever, because I just know the game's not going to be up to scratch. I'll buy it when it's actually decent. Yeah,
there's only I got a couple games that I have saved on my phone that I'm willing to I'm looking at. I haven't pre-ordered anything. The only game that I might pre-order is oh god, what is it? Detroit Become Human, which is god, what's the name of the developer? The name of the guy is David Cage. I forget the name of the developer, but it's a French developer, and he's SJW-esque. But the thing is that I think that in terms of narrative games, he's pretty much one of the big hitters, and I'm very curious. It's like basically a future where you have basically androids that are almost entirely identical to humans, and they do basically what would be considered the jobs that are most people quote unquote wouldn't take. And it attacks the issue from a few different perspectives that are somewhat provocative. The one I like is that it's in Detroit, and one of the characters you play as is basically recently purchased for a guy that's basically been out of work for a while. He lost his job to mechanization or automation. And he's basically a drug addict who's pretty much a hair away from losing his mind. And you're basically
I've not heard of it, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's just one. It has a bunch of different perspectives. But I'm hoping that it'll be a provocative game, and what I hope it will inspire is the idea that you don't need to be SJW in order to make a good game. It's about the content. It's about the writing. It's about the provocative nature of your game. It's not about being diverse. You know, if you have one or two characters that are black or not black, that is not going to be the thing that makes the difference. And my hope is that it's going to be controversial enough to push enough of the SJWs in gaming either out or to face the issue itself.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it makes a difference. I'm not sure. It all depends on David Cage and whether he gives a shit on trying or not, because he has more misses than hits. So this is a funny article from Politico, who, if I did this full time, I'd probably subscribe to them just because there's a lot of fucking shit that you can get from them for fodder, for content. And this is a hilarious article from Ben White, which was actually published in their actual print magazine, where he languishes over the fact that Wall Street is basically accepting of Trump. They're optimistic with Trump. And it's hilarious because one of the things that the internationalist left and right said is that Donald Trump would be a disaster for Wall Street. That if Trump won and Hillary lost, that we basically live in an isolationist hellhole dystopia. And it would be all because of Trump. And as far as I can tell, even with the fucking earth-shattering tariffs that are on the horizon, the stock market's doing great. And I think that this is just encapsulates the cognitive dissonance of the bourgeois left and right, that they can't really seem to even understand why that is.
I love that they haven't got a handle on Trump. I love the fact that he still pisses them off and just existentially. And it's like, good. He's totally my guy at this point. I'm just like, yeah, no, MAGA, mate.
Yeah, I said that if he basically doubles down, I have some news articles here that we won't get to today because it's for my news stream, but it's basically a bunch of different Democrats, including Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, people that would be considered progressives, have basically come out and said, yeah, that's a good idea, but he should go further. He should go further. And what's hilarious is that, Richard Trumka, who's the head of the AFL-CIO, I believe the country's largest fucking union, basically came out and said, congratulations, Trump, that's a brilliant move. I fully agree. You need to go further. And it's like, and the fucking right were freaking the fuck out. They're like, no, the unions like what you're doing. No.
And of course they do. He's being protectionist in a sort of patriotic way. That's how he sees it.
And what's amazing is that is, it's brilliant politically. It really is. Like the naysayers don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's all, oh, this is going to hurt the economy. Hamburgers are going to cost $10,000 and cars are going to be $100,000. It's like, yeah, that's not going to fucking happen. I've seen CEOs say it. I've seen the head of our commerce say it's not going to fucking happen, and that's nonsense. But do tell me about the fact that two tariffs on two different goods, when we already have tariffs on many different goods and other countries have tariffs against our products, how this is going to destroy the fucking world. Please tell me. But politically, this is brilliant, because what this does, as I've already said, is it takes the union vote and it puts it into serious question. And what it does is it takes somebody who's the head of the largest labor union in the country, it takes them away from the Democratic Party, and it has them out there defending you.
Yeah.
How is that anything other than four-dimensional fucking chess?
Well, it's just really clever politics, believe it or not. I mean, this is the thing. Like, people forget that Trump isn't like a complete idiot. Trump is very good at certain things and very bad at almost everything else.
Yeah.
People forget that. You know, he does have strengths, but he has a lot of weaknesses, like public speaking.
Yeah. I think that in terms of being articulate, that's probably one of his worst qualities. But in terms of trying to put himself in the position to win certain districts and to win the electoral college map in such a way as to be reelected and be guaranteed a reelection, this is the way you do it. You attack the bulwark of your opposition. And in many ways, for the Democratic Party, unions are part of their stronghold. And I think that this is a big way that you do some real damage to them.
Yeah.
And it's weird to me to see a decent amount of people basically speak out against this simply because, like, oh, when you say unions, you mean specifically the worst teachers union in the country. You know, you're not talking about people producing goods. You literally mean only teachers unions from inner cities. And it's like, no, that's not what I mean. And you're stupid for acting in that manner.
Yeah.
All you're doing is sucking the cock of the internationalist right and left. And my question to you is, if your whole disposition is fuck unions, they're all bad, every union worker is a fucking slimeball, lazy scumbag, it's like, why aren't you just voting for Hillary? Why didn't you vote for Hillary then? That's seriously my question.
Her policy on gays?
I guess so. I guess that's the difference.
The thing is, though, the Democrats are absolutely fucked. They are a cancerous party full of cancerous people, and that just seems to be the general impression of their policies. I mean, who do you think they're going to front for the next one?
Oh man, you better believe it's a fucking toss-up right now. With Hillary Clinton still out there, like dropping bombs the way that she's doing, that's another video that I want to do where
Hillary doing anything at this point is just like,
there was an article. Let me bring it up. It's actually somebody that's fairly well known within the Democratic Party, being like, she was on a morning zoo show or some shit like that. And she, like, basically Hillary Clinton got brought up, and she's basically, her argument was she couldn't go away soon enough.
Yeah. That's the
and it is like that. You gotta understand, that is a ballsy fucking thing to say. And the media host, like the host of the show, goes like, "Are you joking? Are you serious?" She goes, "No, I'm dead serious. She needs to go away." It's like, holy shit.
I totally agree. I totally agree in every fucking way. Hillary Clinton is an absolutely toxic property and needs to just disappear. She is a net negative to any cause that she supports, in my opinion.
Oh god. Oh, here it is. I was about to say I can't find it, but I found it. Here it is. Heidi Heitkamp is actually she's got an uphill battle in her next election, which may be one of the reasons why she's doing this. But she basically went on like a radio show and she doubled down. I think she even tripled down and said, like, Clinton is terrible. She needs to go.
Love it.
It's because she's in a red state, and I think she gets it. Like, she understands that Hillary Clinton, every time she opens her mouth, she's basically saying, like, anywhere that's not LA and fucking New York City is a shithole. Fuck everyone there.
Well, she literally fucking said this the other day.
It was sociopathic in the way that she presented it, where it's like, basically, if you don't live in a state with a high GDP in terms of the domestic product that we're exporting, you're effectively a bad person. It's like, bro, what are you fucking doing?
Yeah, exactly. I watched that clip and I was just like, Hillary, you are the worst fucking politician of all time.
People are saying that it's even worse, and I agree. Like, it's on par with Mitt Romney's, like, 47% of the country are basically parasites comments. You to rich people. It's on par with that. And it's like, there you go. Mitt Romney and her. And that's my thing to all the people saying, oh, unions are all parasites. It's like, why aren't you voting for Hillary? Seriously. Why aren't you voting for her? Is it because she hates guns and she wants to ban the big gulp? Like, what the fuck is it? What is it that you don't actually like about her? Because financially and economically, you're totally on board with her. And you're not with Trump. That's not at all what Trump didn't campaign on. Open borders and fucking let's just get fucked by every country in the world and let's make China the biggest power in the world. That's not what fucking Trump campaigned on. So why exactly do you support him?
And that's the polar opposite of Trump's campaign.
Yeah. So that's my big question to some people out there that consider themselves to be conservatives. It's like, what exactly do you like about him? You know, because obviously you don't agree with him economically. But anyways, I'll get rid of this Kingdom Come. I'll just say Kingdom Come Deliverance basically is winning right now in gaming. And SJWs can get fucked and get mad because Daniel Varvara basically can't stop winning. He's the Trump of gaming right now.
Yeah, he actually is. He's doing great, and more power to him.
And here's an article basically from Matthew Iglesias, who is a basically staunch Hillary Clinton dick rider, who basically conceded and said that Bill Clinton is terrible and he should have resigned when he was president. And I'm just going to leave this here without comment. I'm just going to present this and leave because I found this article hilarious. Because he was such a Hillary Clinton dick rider. You have no idea. Dude, he demonized Bernie Sanders, demonized Bernie Sanders supporters. He's one of the originators of the Bernie bro narrative. He is terrible. And he basically was like, yeah, Bill Clinton is a rapist. He should have resigned. It's like, damn, dude, I don't even believe that. Jesus. Oh, Matt, you're such a fucking faggot. Anyways, let's just move on. So this is a good article we'll get to. I'm just going to abandon this article about how corporations... This is from Salon, how corporations are destroying video games. I don't even care. I don't even remember what this is about.
They're not wrong on that title, though.
No, they're not. They're not. In Western gaming, it's absolutely true. And it is in Eastern gaming as well with, what is it? Konami. Doing that ridiculous shit they did. So yeah, corporations are destroying gamings, but what can you do? Capitalism, bitch. Stop buying games then. There you go.
Yeah, well, I do. I've found myself just...
me too. You have
I only
no
play
idea.
like obscure indie games these days. Like, okay, Ark is an exception, but Ark was an indie game that just
it's definitely indie. It's a successful indie game. I don't think anyone could call it anything indie.
Yeah, well, that's what I think, and you know, it just happens to be a great game, and I'm interested in playing great games. I'm not interested in like supporting a fucking franchise. I don't give a fuck about your franchise. Is your game good or not? Like this is how I feel about Total War and Creative Assembly. Holy fuck, I'm just so angry at Creative Assembly. It's fucking losers. You're idiots. That's what you are.
You better believe I got to be sold on their next fucking game if I'm ever going to play it again.
I already know I'm not going to. I already know that it's going to have all of the same problems that the other, since Rome 2. It's this fucking new engine. It's this new attitude they have. It's going to be infested with all of the same problems, and you know it. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. So this article is from Teen Vogue. And it's an article basically explaining labor unions. So we're not going to really go through this article because I already know how unions work and what they do and what their point is. The question that I have is, why the fuck is this on Teen Vogue?
Yeah, I've noticed that Teen Vogue's become remarkably political recently. It's like, but it's Teen Vogue. Like, why do you guys think that anyone's going to listen to a word you're saying?
Yeah, because the thing is that like I'm not even like I'm not against this article. I'm not against people explaining, like somebody who's politically motivated explaining like a defense of unions and giving basically the upsides to being a union or unionism, period, and explaining in part the history of it. I'm not against it. I don't necessarily agree that like fast food workers should necessarily be unionized or journalists should be unionized. I don't necessarily agree with that. But the greater question that I have is that, I mean, this is actually refreshing to see from a left-wing writer compared to fucking everyone's a racist and fuck Whitey. The thing is that it begs the question, like, why is this on Teen Vogue? Why? Why isn't this on the Wall Street Journal? This is an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal. This is an opinion piece in the New York Times. This is an opinion piece for Washington Post or the LA Times or whatever. Why the fuck is this on Teen Vogue?
I couldn't tell you.
And I just wish that, this is the thing. If you want to talk about teenage bullshit, write for Teen Vogue. If you want to talk about labor unions and unionism, go write for another fucking outlet.
Actually, I find Teen Vogue rather hilarious when they start talking politics because generally they're like the uber woke takes of the SJWs. Yeah. And so it's like, no, you carry on. Go on, tell me, Teen Vogue. I mean, you're kind of innately handicapped by your own name. Like, no one's legitimately taking Teen Vogue seriously just on the name of it.
I just had somebody on Twitter send me so-called evidence to say that I'm a weeb.
Oh my God. The internet is full of it.
I don't find this to be substantial proof, sir. J-List is an affiliate of mine. It makes sense for me to retweet something from them. I'm also retweeting content that my audience happens to be interested in. I don't think that that's substantial proof to say that I'm in any kind of weeb. They're laughing, whatever it is, distorted laughing guy from that show with the missing teeth where he laughs. It's not substantial proof, but I appreciate the offer or the attempt, anyways.
Yeah, so yeah.
Okay, so I had Tyler Valle send me something about FBI crime statistics based on firearm murders, but this again doesn't actually say whether it's legal or illegally obtained firearms. That was the problem. So we'll click off this. So this was actually a very, very good article from some fucking outlet I've never heard of, Arrow Magazine, by a lefty person named Oliver Taldari. And he's basically like a no-name as far as I can tell. He writes for a few different like left-wing outlets, and he's largely a no-name. But what this article is actually a very concise argument of essentially identity politics has turned the left insane, and we're basically now defending George W. Bush. And that is basically what is happening.
Well, welcome to 2015.
Yep. But here's the thing, though. This guy's a lefty, and he's not on YouTube. He's not one of us. He's not on whatever. This is somebody that's basically looked in the mirror and has gone, what the fuck is happening? And hey, more power to him, man. Welcome to hell. Welcome to the party.
Yeah, no, seriously. Seriously, good job.
Same thing I said to Lindsay Shepard when she was like, I don't understand what's happened to the left. Yeah, welcome to hell.
Yeah.
Nobody knows, baby. Welcome to hell.
Oh, we do, though. We fucking know exactly what it is.
I know.
Fucking Marxists have taken over.
Yeah, I know. We do actually know what's happened. We do know what's happened. But the thing is that, and I don't want to get into a rant about it, but it's basically like waiting on my fellow conservatives who control Congress to, do something. Waiting.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people have become conservatives recently.
I wish that I had the ability to do it, but I would basically just do a meme video where it's basically like you have all these different conservative members of Congress, all these Republicans, basically like they passed the tax cuts, the corporate tax cuts they wanted, and basically their calendar is completely fucking open now. And they're basically like somebody walks in their office and says like, Representative so-and-so, why haven't you or anyone else, any of the Republicans, done anything about the fact that our colleges are churning out fucking Marxist lunatics? And they kind of, it's like, well, I've been kind of busy. And they like look at their calendars completely fucking wide open. They have like tax cuts crossed off, and that's the only fucking thing on there. I don't know if I can fit this in. I'm pretty fucking busy. I don't know. It's just like, you got what you wanted. The first fucking thing you did for your donors, and it was the only thing you've really done, is pass tax cuts. Okay, now what? Now what are you going to do? It's the thing is that I had somebody say to me on, I think it was either in my comment section or on Twitter, like there's a better chance of congressional Republicans holding a committee on violent video games than there is on them talking about fucking universities in this country.
Yeah, I don't know why. They've got such a mandate to do so.
Yes, and they could campaign on this. They could say, like, look at Antifa, look at these look, they're beating conservatives in the streets.
Yeah.
And that's what our colleges are churning out. Look at this. Your kids are getting in debt for this, but it's like, no, let's talk about, I don't even know. Fucking video games are immoral.
It's so weird, though. Why won't they address it? I mean, what's fucking stopping them?
It depends. Like, I have basically two answers to that question. And one of them is cynical politics, and the other one is obvious. The obvious is ignorance and just lack of concern. My donors wanted tax cuts. They got the tax cuts. I'm done. That's all I'm here to do. That's what they got. I'm done. That's the obvious. The cynical politics is, well, Antifa is helping us. They're making us look good. Why would we interrupt that?
Well, yeah, but making it your platform to say, look, I'm going to go against all this. Dude, I'd vote for that if I were.
Well, it's like saying that why aren't the oil companies or why aren't the cigarette companies doing X or whatever? It's like, well, they have the vested interest. You're telling them to break from the mold, and asking conservatives to not just say, well, the left is crazy, vote for us. It requires them to actually take on just more baggage. It requests they have to then do something. If they just sit there and say we're not them, they stand a chance at winning.
Yeah, I guess, but like actively saying, look, we're going to go against them and fight them. Like you say, that's a platform.
It is a platform, but I think that like I said, I think the obvious is ignorance and laziness. But the thing is that part of me thinks that, like, where would Ben Shapiro be without being interrupted? Where would all these different people? Where would Tommy Lauren be without the lunatic left?
That's why pledging to fight the lunatic left will just draw them out. I'll just create more lunatic left in the public sphere and get you more justification for what you're doing. Look, here they all are. Look at them all complaining that I'm going to try and shut down socialism and Antifa and all this sort of stuff. Fuck me.
I just think that there are a lot of different people out there, such as Tommy Robinson, out there fighting the good fight and willing to sacrifice everything in order to do so. I would lump you in there as well, actually fighting the good fight, doing something.
Yeah.
I just think that there's a lot of people coasting on the fact that they go, look at the libtards, and that's as far as they need to go. That's as much as they need to do.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is the thing, right? People forget that all of this has been done without political power. It's just been just advancing in other hierarchies, such as academia and in corporations. I mean, every fucking HR department in every corporation is basically going to be filled with SJW nonsense.
Yeah. It's literally going to be purely white women and just pushing the shit.
Yeah.
So I'll breeze through this article really quickly because we only got one more after that. And feel free to interrupt me if you want to comment.
I will.
So lefty friends keep asking me or telling me that I'm a conservative now. Really quick side note. Tell me if you've heard that before.
Yeah, and it's because socialism has completely driven liberalism out of the left.
Yeah,
anything liberal is now right wing. Socialism,
absolutely.
Is the left.
I absolutely agree, man. I think that the writing on the wall was that, and I think he brings it up in this or another article where I saw it recently where somebody mentioned it. The liberals get the bullet too spray paint, and how that was like, it might say it in this, that was a wake up moment for them. It opened their eyes. Yeah, well, that told you, bro. It told you that, like, what I love are the people on, and I've said this before, I love the people on Twitter that say leftist, not liberal. You are my heroes. You keep doing that, baby. Keep saying, I'm a progressive, I'm a leftist, I'm not a liberal. Keep doing that, because all that does is empower us.
Yeah. There is a definitive difference, and you know it, and we know it.
Yeah. So my hope is that trajectory keeps going down that line where those people keep saying, I'm a leftist, I'm a progressive, I'm this, I'm that, but I am specifically not a liberal. And it's like, you just hand us that fucking banner, baby, because that is that's the golden ticket.
Yeah, it really is. And it's like, and this is the thing, leftist just means Marxist. That's all it really means. I'm a leftist. What do you mean? Well, I'm against hierarchy. I'm against capitalism.
Yeah,
I think that everyone's being oppressed by the evil capitalist class, right? So you're a Marxist, okay? Got you.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to that kind of identifier at this point, it really is headed in that direction, and I think the socialist aspect really is the make or break. That like I would say that for a lot of people, even people that would necessarily like, oh, I'm a democratic socialist, blah blah blah. If you said to them like, listen, are you in favor of the state just seizing people's private property, not taxation is theft. I mean, specifically, they're seizing private property in order to give to somebody else. Are you in favor of that? My guess is that there will be a lot of fucking people that say, no, I'm not in favor of that.
But conversely, there'll be a lot of socialists who say yes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is you get them to fucking say it, because that's insane.
It's like Jeremy Corbyn was like, I want to nationalize Uber. And it's like...
He wants to nationalize like an offshoot taxi service. That's fucking insane.
Yes. He is mad. He is literally a mad fucking socialist in the classic mold that everyone thinks of when they think of mad socialists.
That is
Dude,
the other
the other day, he pledged that he would look into the price of these small chocolate bars called Freddos.
I know you said that before.
Because the price has gone up. It's like, Jeremy, for fuck's sake, just stop. There are limits to everything, you fucking commie.
Yeah, he's great. I just need one more. I need all I need from him is to go to one more speech surrounded by communist flags, or to
every speech.
Or that's the joke. That or another he sympathizes with or endorses another terrorist organization. I just need it one more time.
For anyone who doesn't know, there is literally not an enemy of Britain he does not support. So yeah, he's awful in every fucking way.
I would say that like it. I can imagine how like if he wins like if he becomes like basically if Labor wins an election and basically then he is, as far as I understand how things go, is that Labor would have to win and then they would vote him to become prime minister.
Okay, so the way it works in Britain is you don't actually vote for a party; you vote for your representative MP, who's your member of parliament, and the like number of seats held by any particular party means that they get to choose the prime minister. They get to choose the prime minister from within their own ranks. Usually, it's the leader of the party, of course. So usually, you know who you're voting for prime minister because of the party leader.
Right.
But that can change, as you can see with David Cameron resigning after Brexit.
Right. And so in the case of Labour winning a serious winner in an election, that would stand a good chance of Jeremy Corbyn to win and become the prime minister.
Yeah. If Labour won a majority in the House of Commons, then Corbyn would become prime minister.
And my answer to that to you would be to get out. Get out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I don't like the idea of.
What's the name of the? Oh God. Oh, there was a name of like oh God, I can't remember who it was. It was like a leader of a nation who fled his own country and like remained in like exile and was an activist from outside his own country.
Charles de Gaulle?
I can't remember, but basically
that's what Charles de Gaulle did after the Nazis conquered France. He set the Free French Army remotely from London.
that may be who I'm thinking of. That's basically what you need to do in the United States, brother. If Jeremy Corbyn becomes the prime minister,
fucking inevitable at this point. I mean, Theresa May is just awful. If it were Mog would be demolished.
Oh yes, Mog would fucking wipe the floor with Corbyn. That I would love to see some kind of debate between the two because he would destroy him.
Dude, it would be an arena-worthy event.
Oh yeah,
Jacob Rees-Mogg, like seriously, in a fucking arena with Jeremy Corbyn just stuttering and sputtering about his fucking history, his economic plans, his personal morality. You know, destruction.
I've seen Mog speak enough times where I know that like if he went up against Corbyn, he would fucking destroy him.
Yes. Corbyn would never agree to that.
Oh yeah, I would think that would be the thing. I wouldn't want to entertain that kind of person. He's a homophobe. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Oh, he would. That would be the first thing he come out.
Yeah. He's this posh asshole homophobe. I'm not going to platform him. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, Jeremy. I've never had a real job in my life. Corbyn. He's been a backbencher, which is the least important kind of MP for 30 plus years. He was in the Parliament in 1984. He's got nothing done.
He's a hero of the people. You don't understand.
He's never worked a factory job in his life.
He's a hero of the people. So is Owen Jones.
Oh, fucking ideological Marxists. They piss me off so much.
Oh God. Anyways, I can't believe I got so sidetracked.
Dude, I'm going to be doing a thing on Jeremy Corbyn, like a speech in Bristol in a live event. I've got so much that I'm just going to be running through, just nailing him on every single fucking thing he's ever fucking done.
Good. That's great because that's one that is specifically good for the political elements of what you do now, but also the fact that there's not enough fucking people that just lay out what he actually believes because it's insane.
He's a nut. He's a fucking socialist nut, and I hate him.
I can't believe that he's still conceivably popular in your country. I don't get it.
He's currently topped a poll the other day, and so it's just
topped a poll.
I'm not kidding. It's because Theresa May. It's because Theresa May's awful. She's just fucking. She's very much like our Hillary Clinton. She stands for nothing. Yeah, absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that with the Conservative Party, the minute that Brexit happened, they should have immediately fucking just what's it like?
Literally unfurled the British fucking flags and gone, right, we're the Brexit party now. Get on board with the winning team. You know, we're getting out of it. Fuck the European Union. We're doing this. If they'd done that, dude, it would have been a huge poll.
There were so many ways by which that they could have basically latched on to basically said, well, what we're going to do is trade with the United States and everyone else and fuck you. And
here comes the Anglosphere, you know what I mean? Like, really embrace that. That would have been a definite vote winner.
Yeah, I think that they definitely could have had their advantage in that situation, but they had people that were pro-Remain, and that
Theresa May was a Remainer.
Yeah, and they should have catapulted those people.
Yes, they should. Right off a fucking bridge, you know, like.
But that's the thing, is that the UK. What's beautiful about the UK is that you're very similar to the United States in that you do have the internationalist right there as well, and that's who it is.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, our traditional conservatives are very internationalist. And this is the thing about Jacob Rees-Mogg. He is so unabashedly British. It's kind of nationalist in its own right. You just can't separate Mogg from British culture in the sort of classic highfalutin way. And it's so charming. It's you know, he's always surrounded by British flags. It's like, okay, great. You know, every fucking picture is this. He's like the opposite of Jeremy Corbyn. It's like, okay, I could get behind that at this point. I really fucking could.
Yeah. The thing that I would basically worry about him would be introducing more shit to the effect of like the porn laws and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is that like at least that's better than, you know, fucking Jeremy Corbyn seizing people's private property and turning the UK into fucking Venezuela.
Yeah. And that's exactly what Corbyn would do.
Because here's the thing, if Jeremy Corbyn started seizing property like that, it's like, yeah, bro, the investors in the United States would not hesitate to fucking pull out. They don't give a shit.
They would freak out.
They freak out, they pull out, and they go, okay, bye. Bye.
You've been taken over by communists.
Yeah, we'll go somewhere else. That's fine. You know, we'll just write it off as a loss. Like they don't care.
To do in Venezuela, incidentally.
They did that in Venezuela as well. They just are like, yeah, you're going to seize your property. Bye. Bye.
GM had no choice. Now they're seeking restitution from the Venezuelan government.
Yeah.
There's no choice. There's no other option. When someone does that, that's what you have to do at that point.
Yeah. It's ridiculous to do the opposite. And thankfully, with enough American investors and corporations, they're not so stupid as though that they would entertain the idea that a socialist country could actually work as functionally, because it's like, you can't start seizing other people's property.
Honestly, it annoys me beyond any belief. I just can't.
But here's the thing: let's say you see somebody's privately owned house. Okay, that by itself is horrific and tyrannical and terrible and unjustifiable and everything else. But it's like, yeah, here's an international company that's investing billions of dollars in our country. Let's take their fucking property. It's like, bro,
what's wrong with you?
What are you doing? Like, all that says is, hey, every investor in the world, don't put any money here.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Dude, the thing is, he's a socialist. They don't create wealth. They think that they can redistribute it. That's all they think they can do. And it's like, okay, but that actually is the ruin of an economy. Whereas wealth creation just makes everyone richer. Because
that is ultimately the boon of the economy, even to the detriment of democracy to some extent.
Yeah.
That is the goal.
Yeah.
And it's like it's to be expected in a capitalist economy that it generates an enormous amount of wealth and generates an enormous amount of investment.
If your capitalist economy doesn't generate wealth, you're doing it wrong.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Something's gone awry.
Yeah. A socialist has taken over, probably.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
That would be, I would still say that I don't think that, because I've never heard him say anything close to that with Bernie Sanders. People say that he's a socialist, but I've never heard him ever say anything close to that.
I think he's just a social democrat.
Yeah, I've heard him say some stupid shit, but I've never heard him say anything to the effect of, yeah, well, we need, you know how we solve this issue of economic inequality, as I say it? We just start seizing fucking people's property. That's how we do it. It's like... That's so insane. It's like, I'm like, I wasn't even sure like what was meant by that until I literally heard it come out of his mouth, and I'm just like, holy shit, this guy's insane.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so funny. It's so
he literally, dude, he loves the Chavez regime. and the Maduro regime.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
loves them. He calls them comrades. He phones them up and congratulates them on their tremendous
There's an alternative
success.
way, Sargon. There's an alternative way
It's
to
called
capitalism.
social justice. It's called socialism. It's coming. Oh, fuck me.
Oh man. Well, at least we'll get to know in advance who's going to be the richest person in the UK. We'll know in advance who that's going to be.
Well, yeah. Jeremy, this is the thing. I'm sure it's a get-rich-quick scheme, to be honest.
That'd be pretty horrific as it was. He's only got so much fucking time left in this world.
Man, he's only in his 60s, I think.
Really? It looks like he's in his fucking late 70s.
He looks awful.
Anyways, let's get back to this article.
Yeah, good.
But I'm just a liberal who remembers what they've forgotten. I remember when it meant to be liberal back when I started to identify as one back around 2000 during Bush v. Gore, 9/11, the Patriot Act, the Iraq War. Of course, I may just have been gullible. Maybe it meant something different before that, and maybe it came to mean something different after. Maybe it was all just tribal signifiers, all just flags and symbols. But if it is, the forgetting must help, and that just isn't what I'm good at. So we get to there's some damning paragraphs coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when conservatives were the science deniers. There was evolution, and then there was climate change. In 2000, during the debates, George W. Bush called the recommendations of Al Gore economists fuzzy math. Though most of college, I retained this image of conservatives and of liberals as their rationally minded, empirically driven opposites. So I laughed and laughed when Stephen Colbert coined the word truthiness to capture the way conservatives felt out what was true and false. These days, though, most of the people I see attacking science and even the very notion of truth are on the left. And facts, not feelings, is a catchphrase of the rising pseudo-edgy online right. That's you, Sargon. Meanwhile, making fun of a misspelling could be seen as ableist if the misspelling is a characteristic of an ethnic or regional dialect.
Is this guy criticizing Ebonics? What a son of a bitch. I knew he was a racist. Carry on.
It could be even called racist or classist.
I told you.
Classist, I don't really hear. I don't really hear classist.
Yeah, it's all racist.
I pay quite a bit of attention to this shit. I don't hear classist.
No. It's because they've got no argument when it comes to class.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude,
these people are all very
bourgeois shit. They don't have any fucking argument.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about class because that's their weak point.
Why don't you go talk to somebody, like, just go walk to your nearest, like, working class neighborhood. Go talk to some of these people, what they fucking care about, bro. You'll get fucking woke pretty quick.
So can I talk to you about racism?
I talked to this working class guy because I was doing surveillance in a sort of rundown neighborhood in south of Buffalo. And this guy, he comes out, he's like in his 60s, and he comes out to me, he says, what are you doing here? And I say, I'm an investigator, blah, blah, blah. He goes, you're scaring my daughter. So could you, like, get the fuck out of here? And it's like, and this is the thing, like, this guy is in his 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if this was some fucking bourgeois cocksucker living in some upper middle class suburb, that's not the way he would say that to me.
No.
But this is plain spoken English to somebody who's in his 60s who doesn't like my presence in the area at like 10 o'clock at night in his neighborhood. And his answer is, bro, you're scaring my daughter. Could you get the fuck out of here? And it's like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I basically explained to him what I was doing. And I said, all right, I'll move my vehicle. He's like, all right, I appreciate that. So I diffused the situation. But it was a matter of, like, you going there and basically talking to them about, like, their privilege. You're speaking to them on a different wavelength. They're not even going to be able to. They're not going to be able to understand what you're even fucking saying to them.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not speaking in plain English whatsoever.
It's not just that. Even if you were speaking in plain English, you can't go up to someone who's earning like $20,000 a year, struggling to get by, or not even someone, a household earning this, struggling to get by, can't make their payments, blah, 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 and go, look, we need to talk about your privilege. Yeah. They're going to punch you in the fucking nose.
Yeah.
And rightfully so.
Yeah. Yeah, these are not the fucking people to push around.
Yeah, they're not privileged. You know they're not fucking privileged.
Anyways, where was I? I remember when conservatives were the snowflakes too. when they were the ones who had fits over wording and believed that silence is violence. When President Bush said, "You're either with us or against us," and that was a very famous line by him, it seemed ridiculous to me. Why push away potential allies? Why characterize responsible reservations as enmity? Republicans in Congress changed menus so that French fries were called freedom fries. Absurd, I thought. A small symbolic change with no effects other than to sell the feelings and prove the power of those who had pushed for it. Plus, everyone was going to keep calling them French fries anyways, and they did, by the way. But it was precisely those sort of changes that formed the core of identity politics activism. Removing the names from buildings and the credits from movies, altering the sigils of prestigious institutions because they relate in some obscure way to the events no one alive is old enough to have ever been a part of. The Dream Act for us as the Patriot Act was for them. And that's true to some degree, because the Dream Act, when it came to Obama, was just fiat. He just created it as an executive order. And it was completely knocked down by the courts. And that's why when people rant and rave about Trump had to do it. Trump had no choice when it came to the Dream Act. Right. Unfortunately for everyone else, the Patriot Act hasn't gone before the courts, and it would get knocked down. As it is for the left now, that pushes away centrists, that says that even center-left liberalism aids and abets fascism, and he's linking to articles making these arguments, one of which is by him. Fascism and racism, sexism, even capitalism, these things are the left's terrorism.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how salient of a point that is.
Yeah.
I remember...
He's making it really well. Really, really well.
Yeah.
And he's completely right. Like, literally, me and you are the example of what he's talking about. I'm sure he's probably, alluding to us.
Yeah, I think so as well.
And understandably so, because, it's not just me, but, like, the alternative audience is very large. And, people...
And it's because they've been pushed away.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, let's continue. I remember thinking the war on terror was a bit of a joke, too. How do you declare war on an emotion, on a tactic, on an abstract concept? Surely this would mean a conflict with no end, a conflict in which the enemy would always be redefined, a conflict which sought to even create enemies where none had been before. But the production of such enemies is now the central part of what it means to be a liberal social scientist or journalist.
Basically.
Test after test to tell people how racist they are deep down, where even they can't quite see it. The new specter of the authoritarian personality to explain the rise of Donald Trump. Dissenting voices from within disadvantaged groups are said to have internalized various biases or oppressive systems. I can imagine, too, someone telling me that I have internalized terrorism in 2003 when I wrote that when I wore all black to school on the first day of the Iraq War. And what did they say back then? Support the troops. The same sort of simplifying, polarizing call for solidarity we now hear in Believe Women and Protect Black Bodies. Ooh.
That's going in deep.
This guy's out of the left now.
Yeah.
You're out now, bro.
Yeah, you've given up that.
You just fucking compared dogmatism of the Iraq War era to the Me Too movement and Black Lives Matter, bro. You're out.
Bravo.
Welcome to hell.
Yeah. I am applauding everything you're saying here, but you're now the enemy.
I don't really. He basically goes on. I don't know how much further I need to get into this, but he basically just goes on to... I'll read this next one. I remember someone asking me of the presidential primary debates in 2008. Only 3,000 people died on 9/11. How many people die in car crashes? To cancer? Why don't we shift some of our counterterrorism budget to those things? At the time, this seemed like a very liberal thing to say. The sort that might trigger those virtue signaling, flag pin wearing conservatives. And yet now, if you talk about the high tolls of diseases and accidents and compare them to the relative infrequency of police killings or the relative lack of consequence of street harassment or microaggressions, good liberals and leftists will accuse you of whataboutism.
Mm-hmm.
They may even say that you're arguing in bad faith, that you're making seemingly logical points in order to distract away from systemic or structural problems in the organization of economic and cultural life. They'll even blame you for donating to charity.
Hearing a Marxist talk about whataboutism is highly ironic.
Yeah.
Okay, right, go on, carry on.
So we'll keep going. I remember that academic freedom was a liberal value. Then I stressed and fumed over an article after article about Middle Eastern academics who were denied visas, detained, or otherwise deplatformed from American institutions. The point was never that they were singular or irreplaceable scholars, though they might have been. The point was the principle. Those people were trying to figure out the truth, and what was what we thought then. These terrorist links were shadows or artifacts of their well-intentioned speech. You can't just ban from the conversation. You can't just ban from the conversation anyone who thinks American power abroad is a net negative. If you do, you won't be able to make a critical examination of American power at all. But now major corporations and institutions of higher learning find ways to keep out controversial viewpoints, and especially to stifle dissent when it comes to symbolic identity politics based on similar shadowy links.
Yeah. This guy's speaking from my hymn sheet, man. Singing from my hymn sheet. Like, I just feel bad that he's, again, like everyone.
Yeah, he's discovering this in 2018.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's pretty far gone.
I'll skip this. It's just more comparisons between the Bush administration. Oh, dude, this guy, he applied for a job at the American Civil Liberties Union. Jesus Christ. They're such a fucking joke now. Now, what do you think many of these same people were saying? Oh, okay. I remember that when Osama bin Laden was killed and American social media celebrated, many of my friends were somber. They wrote things like, "We should never rejoice in the death of another human being." And to find you'll see where this is going. To find comfort in the passing of an enemy is to excuse oneself from the effort of understanding them. Understanding Osama bin Laden. Okay, great. Yeah. My paraphrases, of course, deep thoughts. I remember thinking, "Gee, I'll try to do better." Now, what do you think many of these same people were saying after the deaths of Andrew Breitbart, Margaret Thatcher, or Antonin Scalia, or even most recently Billy Graham? They penned the idea of respect for the dead as a useless civility, a gutlessness when it came to the vanquishing the enemies, the evil avatars of fascism and misogyny and white supremacy and capitalist exploitation. I do not think the source of this inconsistency is that these liberals and leftists actually think terrorism is acceptable, but it has become difficult to explain to conservative interluders just what else would explain this divergence. Damn.
It's exactly true. I mean, I didn't like the rejoicing over the death of bin Laden, especially the way it was done. I don't care about bin Laden, but I think there are standards to which we should hold ourselves, so that we shouldn't just abandon. But yeah, watching them go, oh, it's the same fucking Chavez, man. And when fucking Fidel Castro died, oh, hero, social justice, oh. But when Margaret Thatcher dies, oh, well, that's good. Ding dong, the witch is dead is what we get in this country.
Yeah, they went crazy. I remember when Antonin Scalia died, bro, they went fucking insane.
Yeah.
That was like a whole day. He was a very prominent conservative Supreme Court justice. He was actually the lead voice on the whatever the fuck California law versus the effectively the ESA in the gaming case. He was the lead voice on that in favor of gaming. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, I remember.
But he was against the case against Lolicon, so fuck him. He's a fucking hypocrite.
I'm glad he's dead.
I wouldn't say that, but I think he's a fucking hypocrite in that.
Obviously not.
Anyways, I don't really know how much more I need to go through this, but yeah, he just goes on and on and on. It's only a few more paragraphs past this, but I guess I'll read the last paragraph. For those of us whose values are liberalism of 15 years ago, truth, free speech, privacy, due process, pacifism. You can exclude that from my repertoire. It's not part of me. Diplomacy, human dignity. This can feel like a bit of a bummer. We dreamt, I think, that the rest of the tribe would come back to the principles upon which we thought it was founded. It may have been a small consolation or maybe a great horror that today's liberal values and strategies will be superseded in turn, and that those who espouse them will now find themselves similarly on the outside of some future liberal group, hint, hint, with their own frustrated remembrance suddenly, somehow uncoolly or corny. They will, but just some of them, not all of them. For while political principles may go in and out of fashion, what never seems to get old is to forget. And I think that's well said at the end.
Yeah.
So this is what I would say is someone who identifies strongly with the left, but who is in fact an actual liberal.
Yeah.
He is someone who is actually defined by his principles and not by, I'm a leftist, therefore we need to start confiscating people's shit. So yeah, I definitely feel for this guy, and this article got quite a bit of traction, and this guy's, as far as I say, is a no name. I hope he blows up a little bit, because we need more people like this guy, more bona fide leftists out there saying that, listen, I'm a fucking leftist, and I got people telling me that I'm conservative just because I'm in any way principled.
You mean bona fide liberals?
Yeah, right. Well, he is, but the thing is that like the real issue is that to be held in some form of legitimacy to a decent number of people, you still have to say, listen, I am in essence still part of the tribe, but I am a dissident.
Yeah.
Because I think that if you just say, I'm out of the tribe, I think that that's too much of a shock for enough people to where they are just going to say, oh, you're just a Republican now. Fuck off.
Yeah. There are, I mean, that's obviously common.
I think that it's important to maintain that people that are liberal, and I think that with the whole the liberalist movement or the liberalist push that we have now, that it is important to realize that while there are a lot of people attending at least your live events that are conservatives, a lot of people there do still identify as being on the left.
Yeah, but the thing is, you've got to remember there are a lot of center-right people who aren't really conservatives. They're just
believe me, man. I totally understand. I just think that I think it's important just to maintain that it's still acceptable to be self-identified as being on the left, but just that you are more driven by principle than by signifiers, as this guy would say, or tribe.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think that's important, just because I think some people are so wound tight in their need for or their attachment to their tribe that in order to even approach them, that you at least have to say, listen, like, I am still in the tribe, but I am a dissident. I don't think that the dissident part, I think, is something that is unequivocal, that should be said. But because it is true, you are a dissident from the status quo at this point.
Absolutely.
But the fact is that, but in terms of the required checklist of what it takes to be as part of being the left, you still fit within it. So you can't just have this it's not an exodus. It's not people abandoning and becoming conservatives. That's not what is fucking happening.
It's a fucking revolution against the Marxists.
Yeah.
That's what it fucking is. I'm sick of you fucking communists. We're not going to fucking have a revolution. We're not going to fucking,
just throw in the towel on it, man. It ain't happening.
Yeah, exactly. We can do things about the excesses of capitalism. And
sure,
I would love to do that. I would absolutely love to do that. But tearing down the system is not an option. So think of something else.
I mean, the honest truth of this is it's not the fucking 19th century anymore.
Yes.
Just get past it.
Yeah. No, but
the fight happened between the fascists and the communists, and they both fucking lost.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, exactly. Liberalism came up on top, so we're just going to use it. And the great thing about it is, liberal democracies are eminently responsive to the needs of the people in them. Look at Brexit and Trump. This happened because of a need for a liberal democracy, for like the needs of the people in the democracy, and things changed. It's like, okay, good. We can do that. Why don't we just carry on doing that?
Yeah, I think that this is the thing that needs to be called into question. pretty much at every given turn is that the people that are out there that are declaring themselves revolutionaries and that want to tear down the system itself is that, what you're including in that is not just the free market, it's also fucking the democratic republic that we have. You are basically equivalent to the alt-right where you can't get reelected, so you're going to tear down the whole system.
Yeah, totally agree. It's really infuriating because it's like, look, your answers aren't any better than theirs.
Oh yeah.
We know through long, and the thing is, it took us hundreds of years to get to this kind of level of political development where it's this stable. I mean, the United States hasn't had a civil war in over 100 years. That's really good. These are really stable political systems. We should continue on like this.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to move away from this article, and we're going to get to this article from the New York Times. That it is the exact fucking opposites.
Holy shit! That title.
Okay. Oh man, this article is probably one of the worst I've read in a long time. But before we get to that, I'm going to get to the super chats that I forgot that I've been avoiding. So we got John Apocalypse who says trust in the media is going down, but they still have massive influence when it comes to government parties and corporate causes. Old folks run them. That is correct, John. Internationalists run them, I think, more so than old people.
Oh, yeah.
Baczynski says Brazilian paramilitary squads killed a Rio de Janeiro representative. All the identitarians and communists come out in force. It was cringe. Oh, that's another day in Brazil, brother. Thanks for that update from Brazilian politics there, Baczynski. It seems to be about as horrific as it always is. You are basically...
I always say, at least you're not Venezuela.
Hey, bro, at least you're not Venezuela. You may have insane paramilitary squads roaming the country, killing your own elected representatives, and then commies come out in force. But
at least there's food on the fucking shelf.
Yeah, at least there's food on the fucking table, bro. Yeah. At least you're living a decent life, man. At least look forward to that. And things are only, from my perspective, only moving in the right direction as far as I know with Brazil. I know currently I think you're in a recession. I think Brazil is in a recession currently. But as far as I can tell, investment's still fine. Just don't go socialist.
Yeah.
Just keep relying on foreign investment, and you'll do better. You'll also be corrupt, but you're already corrupt, so.
Yeah, you've not changed anything there.
Welcome to that party. William says, maybe what Europe needs is a return to sword culture, first due to most of the country's origins having ties to pre-gun age. Maybe you need open carry swords in the UK. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, we've recently outlawed butter knives, so no, we haven't actually outlawed butter knives.
Yeah, I saw that photo. That was so ridiculous. We found this knife.
Yeah, dude.
You need to come to the United States, bro. The cops find some crazy shit. Yo, I don't remember if it was like Rochester or it was somewhere in Western New York. They like raided some drug dealer's house. They found a fucking RPG, like an actual RPG. Oh man, it was crazy. It was also like 200 grand worth of coke or something like that, or pot. I can't remember which, but they found a literal RPG, and I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy.
Fucking hardcore.
So Baczynski says Detroit become woke. That's pretty much my fear of the game. Nigerian Prince says Lewis, update your damn antivirus. Yeah, my antivirus is popping up. Baczynski says again to you, Sargon. In all caps, Don Corbin, you broke my heart, Fredos.
I'm not actually a mafia movie watcher, so I don't get.
Yeah, I'm not. I know who Fredo is. It's Fredo, not Fredos. I don't know if that's a reference to somebody, but yeah, Don Corbin. That's pretty much what he will be if he wins.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much what he is now.
He will literally force people to give him shit.
Dude, he literally uses momentum as a kind of thuggish militant wing of the Labour Party. It's genuinely horrific watching them bully and conspire against other members of the Labour Party who are more centrist than them. Yeah. The Labour Party used to have a lot of centre-lefts in, but now they're out, obviously. I mean, Jesus, you know.
They were offered they were given an offer they couldn't refuse, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And Friedrich says for $2, I think Australian, Lewis is a small manlet cuck. Facts. Well, I'll give you the. If I ever show up somewhere, you could test that out, Friedrich. Come show up and test that out. If I'm a small manly cuck, try me, faggot. That is my responsibility. So let's get to this delicious fucking article. If you have anything else to say there, chat, please feel free to say so in a super chat. But for right now, let's
Louis money.
Let's get to this awesome article from published on the New York Times, and this was, I think, published in their actual newsprint, in the actual newspaper. On March 2nd, I probably should have grabbed a copy just to prove it. But this was big. It only got 900 comments, which is a bit low for this kind of article. Usually these kind of articles get like a few thousand.
Yeah.
But let's read through it. Have you seen this article, Sargon? It sounds like you have.
I have not seen this article.
Well, let's go through it. Let's see how much you agree with it. As with all the historical tipping points, it seems inevitable in retrospect. Of course, it was the young people, the actual victims of the slaughter, who have finally begun to turn the tide against guns in this country.
What slaughter? You mean the privileged millennials?
I think they're talking about the victims of mass shootings. That's what they're saying. School shootings, they are the victims.
Right.
Kids don't have the money and can't vote. And until now, burying a few dozen a year has apparently been the price that lots of Americans were willing to pay to hold onto the props of their pathetic role-playing fantasies. But they forgot what adults always forget, that our children grow up. Do they? I lump myself in, do they?
I am still waiting for millennials to grow up.
Yeah, I am too. I'm waiting for myself to grow up, honestly. I'm waiting to get my own home, impregnate somebody, and do something. And so are many other millennials. We're waiting. And that's kind of what that whole Tucker segment is. And Jordan Peterson's whole shtick is.
Yeah. In your fucking room.
But I'm sure he's only making 6 figures a year from mostly millennials for no reason. No reason.
Why is he talking to men? I just don't get it. Then, right before we go on, Tucker Carlson actually did a really great segment, just listing the statistics of how men are failing in America.
Oh, that may be the same segment I'm going to be talking about with Ben Shapiro. Yeah, that.
Oh, right. Okay, I didn't see Ben Shapiro on it, but it was just great. It was just like 5 minutes of Tucker just reading off statistics from the government, saying, "Look, these are what the government is saying. Therefore, we have problems."
Yeah. And his big thing is, the big point of the whole segment was, why is no one talking about this?
Yeah.
And his whole thing is, if no one else is going to, I will. And that, in all props to him.
Yeah.
I've seen people give him shit like, oh, he's a fucking millionaire, with his suit pressed and starched on Fox News, and he's an upper middle class bourgeois. It's like, sure, but he's literally one of the only people in mainstream media addressing a whole, like, on immigration. He's like the only fucking guy that's literally calling out the left for saying, like, yeah, you guys want to get rid of citizenship eventually, and you want illegals to vote, and they're sitting there like, yeah, basically, and it's like, he's the only guy on network television talking about this, the only fucking one.
I've really taken a shine to Tucker, and I used to loathe the guy when I was.
I mean, that was the thing about that other article. I think it even mentioned the Jon Stewart debate.
Yeah.
When he belittled Tucker Carlson because he was just there as oh god, how would I label it? Like the quintessential stereotype conservative. Like, that's how he used to be. And I think that in many ways, Tucker Carlson, even though he probably argue he hasn't, I think his politics have evolved. Yeah, I do think so.
He's definitely become more nationalist, which is...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's enough fucking internationalist cuck conservatives on the right. There's enough.
Yeah, I know.
They have their role, and there's enough fucking people, what would be the word? Parroting their talking points, their empty... fucking Nixon / Reagan bullshit. It's literally been the same playbook for like far longer than I've been alive from that element of the right. It's the same shit. It's if you look into it, it's unbelievable. It's like, wow, you haven't had new ideas in 40 years. It's fucking unreal. Anyways. Getting back to this, But they forget what adults always forget, that our children grow up and remember everything and forgive nothing. That very mature people we're talking about here.
It's crazy. I love the way they're talking. Like this was something that these people are actually responsible for.
You know what I love is that they're talking about Generation Z as a class, and it's like, yeah, the polling that I've seen on them is not what you're saying.
Well, yeah, they're the most conservative generation in something like 40 years or something, aren't they?
Yeah, quite a while. Supposedly, anyways. I think that things may change in that. I see a lot of conservatives hanging their hat on that. It's like, yeah, you did that before. Well, let's see how that goes for you. That arrogance has undermined you many times before, but good luck. These kids have suddenly understood how little their lives are even worth to the people in power, and they'll soon begin to realize how efficient and endless the mechanisms of governance intended to deflect their appeals, exhaust their energy, deplete their passion, and defeat them. But anyone who's ever tried to argue with adolescents knows that in the end, they will have 1,000 times more energy for that fight than you, and a bottomless reservoir of moral rage that you burned out long ago. That's one of the characteristics of people that disagree with people like this, is moral rage. Not these people. They don't have a reservoir of moral rage. It's their opposition. That's true. That's definitely not projection. Like most people in middle age, I regard
even have an argument that isn't moral outrage.
Fucking tell me, bro.
Seriously,
what about Marxist horseshit? There you go. That isn't just.
I tell you what, right? I've been reading Starship Troopers recently, and I tell you what.
I know.
Yeah, no. But he literally just demolishes the labor theory of value in one paragraph by pointing out just all labor isn't equal, and so one person can make, if you've got the ingredients of a pie, one person can make a fantastic pie that's much higher in value than another pie, where someone else can ruin it and not turn it into a pie at all. And so it's exactly true. It can't possibly be true, the labor theory of value. It's obviously like a post hoc rationalization in order to fit Marxist economics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I don't really know what to say in response. So let's continue.
I'm telling the truth. That's what
I know. I'm not contradicting you. Like most people in middle age, I regard young people with suspicion.
What?
Do you?
I just think they're idiots. What?
Yeah, so do I. The young and the young.
I was an idiot.
Yeah, I know. I think it's true for everybody. No one. Only somebody who's an arrogant, narcissistic cocksucker thinks they were brilliant when they were young.
Yeah.
The young and the young at mind. I'm just gonna let that sit. The young at mind, not the young at heart. The young at mind tend to be uncompromising absolutists. Yes.
Yeah, we would.
And that's the fucking problem.
Yeah. They do seem to be rather zealots. That's all
the problem with absolutism is that half the time it's based on fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
On ideals with no actual understanding of reality or of even principle.
Yeah, they don't know. I'll tell you what, just listening to people arguing for socialism, just young people saying, I'd like socialism. It's like, what do you know of socialism? No, nothing. I just think it'd be a bit more fair. It's like, why would it be a bit more fair? Like, how? And Thomas Sowell, I hate to quote conservative, constantly, but like, he's like, how is it fair to say that you deserve something that someone else has earned? It's like, good point. Like, what am I going to say?
Well, the thing would be that if to deal with a socialist would be that, someone says, well, I'm in favor of socialism. And it's like, okay, well, I pull a gun and I tell you, okay, give me your wallet. And it's like, well, is this an argument against taxation? It's like, no, I just want your shit. No, I'm not giving you anything in return. I just want your shit.
I've decided I'm a socialist.
I'm not paving your road. I just want your money.
You're redistributing your wealth to the poor, which is you to me,
Yeah. I'm poorer currently than you are with that wallet. So give me your fucking wallet.
Exactly. Fucking drives me nuts, man.
Hey, Tim. That's a guy in chat. Anyway, so let's continue on. They haven't yet faced life's heartlessness, compromises, and forfeitures. It's countless trials by boredom and ethical Kobayashi Marcus. I don't know what that means.
No, me either. Click on this. Star Trek.
I don't
reference.
fucking care. I don't fucking care. Fuck off with your faggot pretender poser references, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Or Gloomy watched themselves do everything that they ever disapproved of. I am creeped out by the increasing dogmatism and intolerance of millennials on the left.
Same.
Yeah, same here, brother. What the fuck?
Why are you encouraging it?
I felt a generational divide open up under me last year when everyone under 40 seemed to agree that Dana Schultz's painting of Emmett Till in his coffin should be removed from the Whitney Biennial. I'm not sure I get this reference.
Biennial. I don't know. I'm not familiar with.
White artists painting. Oh, I remember this. This.
Well, we can't have white artists.
This was Emmett Till, if I remember correctly, is a black guy that got hanged. Yeah, he got lynched by 2 white guys in Mississippi in 1955, and it was a catalyst for the civil rights movement. A white artist drew a painting of, basically an abstract painting of the open coffin of Emmett Till, and basically it was taken down from the museum after protests because the artist was specifically white.
Wow.
That happened last year. I remember that. But this is the thing, like, this was this is like a bona fide fucking lynching that happened in 1955 in fucking Mississippi. And the artist was like, yeah, this is a horrific event. I'm going to remember Emmett Till by doing an abstract painting on his open coffin.
Are you fucking like, you racist?
Yep, you're white. You're automatically racist. So take this painting down.
You culturally appropriated this? What? I mean, fucking...
So basically, I felt the generational divide open under me last year when everyone under 40 seemed to agree that Dana Schultz's painting of Emmett Till in his coffin should be removed from that museum. When I was young, it seemed the natural order of things that conservatives were the prudes and scolds who wanted books banned and exhibitions closed, while we liberals got to be the gadflies and iconoclasts. I know that whenever you disapprove of young people, here's the thing. I know that whenever you disapprove of young people, you're in the wrong because you're going to die and they're going to write history. But I can't help but notice that the liberal side isn't much fun to be on anymore.
Well, that's certainly true. Well done.
Oh my god, this is basically like watching that guy in what is the name of that actor? It's that it's that Tom Hanks movie where he's trying to it involves the Catholic Church and he's like an adventurer or whatever. It's like the villain in that movie where he's whipping himself.
The Da Vinci Code.
Yeah, Da Vinci Code.
Yeah.
The villain who whips himself, flogs himself. That's this guy.
Yeah, that is.
Anyways, yet this uprising of the young against the ossified monolithic power of the National Rifle Association. By the way, it's like 3 million Americans. Like that's how strong it is as an organization in a country of 300 million. Its power is grossly inflated. And the thing is with gun owners is that there's a lot of fucking people that own like 8 guns. It's not that every person owns a gun.
Yeah.
The NRA has reminded me that the flaws of youth, its ignorance, naivete, and passionate. Jesus. Nietzschean idealism.
Mani was a prophet in the Middle East around the same sort of time as Jesus, probably a bit earlier actually. But Manichaeanism was very popular around the sort of first 5 centuries of the current era, the AD, and basically it got supplanted by Christianity. This is something that people should read into more. But there were huge, like, not religious wars, but like cultural wars between various religious sects around that sort of time in the Roman Empire. There were some really powerful ones, but eventually Christianity won. So we could have been worshipping fire. We could have been worshipping a guy who killed a bull. Instead, we ended up worshipping a guy who got nailed to a cross.
Okay. Are also its strengths. Young people have only just learned that the world is an unfair hierarchy of cruelty and greed. Well, that's one way of looking at it, and it still shocks and outrages them. They don't understand how vast and intractable the forces that have shaped this world really are, and still think that they can change it. Revolutions have always been driven by the young. That's not exactly true.
I think.
How old was Trotsky?
That's true. A lot of people.
Stalin wasn't really that young. Marx definitely wasn't young. Well, he was dead.
Well, he wasn't a revolutionary.
Yeah.
Really. But a lot of people who, well, I thought the average age of the Declaration of Independence, the signees of that, was quite old as well.
They're middle aged, most of them.
Yeah. So yeah,
some of them are younger.
Yeah. I don't think age is necessarily a.
Yeah, it's not any kind of arbiter for any kind of anything, really.
Yeah, no.
I think that you could still have stupid as shit older people, but I think that at a young age we're all pretty ignorant. I think that's pretty much self-evident. The only thing would be someone who is like an insane autodidactic young person who's like reading every fucking thing. But even then, like you can't properly process things until you've had enough experience. I think that experience does shape your politics to some degree, and your philosophy.
Young John Stuart Mill or something, that's the sort of person I can see actually being worthy, a worthwhile contribution to political sphere at a very young age. But most people got absolutely nothing to contribute to politics at a young age. I mean, most people don't have anything to contribute at a fucking old age. So
yeah. Anyways, ever since Columbine, almost 20 years ago, I've absorbed the news of more mass shootings than I could count with an ulcerating rage that gradually scabbed over into deadening cynicism. Could you feel that way about terrorism, bro?
Deadening cynicism?
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying rhetorically to the fucking cocksucker that wrote this article.
Oh, right,
that the number of mass shootings, which has been obviously too high, but it's not like a daily occurrence in the United States. Do you feel that same way about terrorism in the United States, which is about as frequent?
Well, terrorism in the US is pretty infrequent, all things considered.
It is for sure, but I would say that it's likely because of numbers. I would say that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, undoubtedly. No question of it, to be honest.
In your country, it may be as frequent as the mass shootings that are here.
Well, actually, they're not too frequent here because our security services are on 24/7 watch for terrorists, and
you pretty much live in a police state that's always on guard for another terror attack.
Yeah, and France and Germany, who are actually better at it than we are in the same position.
Oh yeah. To those of us who have lived with certain grim realities our whole adult lives, the widening moat between the rich and the rest of us, the solaric influence of money in politics, not money on politics, you fucking illiterate. The NRA's unassailable coalition of greed and fear.
I think talk about the NRA like it's fucking Sauron.
Yeah, I know, it's hilarious.
It's not.
I mean, of fear, maybe, because I mean, they do like home invasion is a thing. They do play that up, and I will agree that is a marketing strategy. But of greed, I mean, you could say that about literally every charity. Yeah. They're looking to raise money. That's every fucking charity, bro.
Yeah. It's an unfair charge, isn't it? It's like, well,
yeah,
who isn't
fear? Maybe, but greed, that's stupid.
Yeah.
They seem like facts of life as unalienable as death itself. Preach on.
Yep.
I've come to the conclusion that America has always been a violent nation from our founding genocide. Bro, that happened before it was the United States, so suck my dick.
Yeah.
The Indian Wars were long before this country was... blame the British, not us.
The thing is, it wasn't just that either.
Well, for starters, it was mutual combat, all right?
Yeah, but no, it's not just that. Like, 95% of the continent was wiped out by disease. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, that you can't blame Europeans.
No, that was Europe. That was Europe too. They bombed the countryside in blankets. That's how it happens.
basically that's the implication.
Well, that's actually bullshit, by the way. That whole blanket thing, we gave Indians blankets with diseases. That was bullshit.
Theory. They didn't know that the blankets carried.
Right, exactly. That's how they didn't know.
Yeah. How it's such a dumb thing to say. Yeah. How could that be true?
But it is still something that's routinely said in the United States, and it's like, listen, they had no idea that was something that was possible. They had no conception of that. So how is it that they use it as a tactic?
I'm not saying
no. Maybe they could have done it, but they literally had no concept of that kind of, what would it be? Biological warfare. They had no idea that could be a thing.
Yeah, of course. How could they? It just doesn't make any sense.
I've seen legitimate people say that was fully bullshit. That was nothing but a myth. That was revisionist history for the sake of my poor engines.
Well, it can't be anything else. How could it be anything else other than that?
What, my poor engines?
Yeah. How could it be anything else other than revisionist history to tell people they knew that the blankets had smallpox?
Well, the point is white guilt. That's the point. But I just, like, I saw more than a few rants by Gavin McInnes, who ranted and raved about how much you couldn't stand the history of what happened with the Indian Wars, because one, it other than the Trail of Tears and the reservations, which happened after the founding of the United States, the Indian Wars, which is where most of the bloodshed was done, that was mutual combat between two different civilizations, neither of which were actual founding countries. They were tribes in a colony.
Yeah.
In colonies, actually. So it's not fair to just lump it as the fucking white conqueror came and trampled upon the innocent masses of the Indians. No, it was fucking all-out warfare for a very, very long time.
That's just the story of human beings wherever they go.
Absolutely. There's, the history, and I don't mean to bring it up because I know you could launch into a fucking rant about it, but the history of Britain, of the UK, is nothing but invasions. It's nothing but invasions.
Yeah. It's invasions and people being repelled from invading.
Yeah.
It's the history of countries.
It's the whole fucking history. And it's not as though that it's always stood up this pure, like, ethnic group that's always been about. No, that has not been the case.
No, not at all.
In its history. Even though it's an island, it has an insane history of different people. The fact that there's blonde people in the UK should tell you a few things.
Yeah.
Where does that come from?
Oh, exactly.
That reminds me of Sai 10 in his videos.
Oh yeah. His recent Norse phobia video.
Yeah,
it was excellent.
Yeah, but as far as I know, that's where it comes from. As far as I know, that's where
I'm sure
blonde English people come from, is the invasion of the Vikings, of the Norsemen, because it's not native to that area. And of those people.
I'd be amazed if that wasn't the case.
All right, where were we? I've come to the conclusion that America has always been a violent nation, from our founding genocide to slave labor that hundreds of thousands of fucking people died to stop, built the country to the arsenal unprecedented in human history that maintains our empire. So blood isn't what fuels our hegemony in the world. Again, we would have been a lot better off if we didn't have the fucking Civil War. We would have been a lot better off. It didn't really impede us that much, but just look up what Reconstruction was and understand what happened after the Civil War. A lot of fucking people died, and it cost us a lot of resources. And it still didn't impede us, really, in becoming the hegemon. And I can guarantee you that slave labor, however many fucking hundreds of years ago, has nothing to do with our hegemony now, or as you call it, our empire. Absolutely nothing. If there's one thing that actually impedes our imperial aspirations, as one would say, it is white guilt. You want to see us act imperial? Well, that's the thing. Well, how is the British Empire? How did they act when they didn't have white guilt? How did they act?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was the white man's duty to invade and civilize these places.
Exactly. Now it's the progressive man's burden.
Yeah. To bring us down to that level.
To bring the whole world down to their
Yeah,
level.
yeah. Thanks, progressives.
We spent $60 billion a year on pets, but won't go to any inconvenience to keep our second graders from being slaughtered. Yeah, that's the point in having cops at schools. That's the point. It doesn't help when they run away, as such as it was in Florida, where there was a resource officer there, and then another deputy showed up not long after, and neither of them went in. They just stood around. You know, unfortunately, with the issue of the Florida shooting, it's a terrible example for the left, because it's like, yeah, if you want an example of on so many levels of government failure and the problem of police, there you go. There you go. That's the fucking classic example of, you know, fuck the government. They're incompetent. They can do no right. There you go. There's your example. On every level, they failed. Yep. Even the school resource officer, and including the deputy that came up to back him up, they just stood around. And the precedent and the policy was go in. They didn't. And that's the thing. You can only train cops so well. And in the end of the day, it's still a human being. It's still a person that makes the decision. And they just showed up and said, fuck it, we're not going in. The kids are on their own. And that doesn't mean that the answer is to arm cops necessarily, but the fact is that government isn't the answer to every fucking problem. Yeah, and in this situation, it shows the limitations of it.
I totally agree. So I was just reading the comments on my list this week in Stupid. All I did was talk about the fallout from Telford. And man, it is... it's legitimately infuriating to hear victims of these grooming gangs say, look, these grooming gangs are operating from religious motives, and everyone going, oh, that's racist.
Yeah, like I said...
How can that be racist? How? Are we not allowed to criticize religion anymore?
Like, I don't really know what to say about the issue that, like, I don't really want to be too, like, demeaning and derogatory towards, like, because I understand that I understand fully that from your perspective, this is a gut-wrenching thing to observe.
Yeah, it's horrible to read. It's really horrible to read. When the victims are telling you about what happened to them, it's like, okay.
I would basically, if I was in Trump's position, I would just send out a tweet and say, mullahs run the UK. Like, you don't even control your own government. The mullahs do. Yeah. And I would just like to see the outcome of that. I like to see what happened. It'd be like, no, and it's like, okay, yeah, they do. You just had a whole rape, a second case of the worst ever rape fucking panic, or not panic, but like this
grooming
insane,
gang epidemic.
Grooming gang, like wave of mass rape that was covered up, and this is the second time this has occurred, and no, you're not talking about it. This is so
it's not the second time. This is the 18th time. Do you understand? It's in every British city.
Right.
Let me get a list for you. Hang on a second.
I fully understand that the scale to this is obviously more than those two cities, but what I mean is that this is the second scandal, a very public scandal. And that if you ask me, name me a city that has a fucking mosque in your country where this isn't probably happening.
Yeah.
Even on an individual basis where it's a Muslim guy doing it.
Yeah. So you've got Rotherham, obviously Rochdale, you've got Oxford, you've got Bristol, you've got Aylesbury, you've got Peterborough, you've got it's just a big list. It's like, and these are Cayley, these are ones where it was major investigations done. You know, Majid Nawaz has a list of just 18 towns where this has happened, and it was just like, oh man, it is just disgusting. It's absolutely, and the authorities permit it to go on because they assume that the girls are making the choice, and it's just like, well, what? How can a 12-year-old girl choose to become a heroin addict and a prostitute? You know, that's not an informed decision a 12-year-old girl can make, you fucking idiots. And the thing is, what they're saying when they do this is that Muslim men have the same moral and reasoning capacities as a 12-year-old girl. Because you've got a Muslim man sat there plying her with all this stuff, and she's accepting it. I mean, like with Harvey Weinstein, I think the actresses are culpable for what Harvey Weinstein did because they were adults. You know, they were completely aware that they knew what they were doing with the casting couch. You know, these kids, And the thing is, though, as well, because it's 35-year-old men and teenage girls, it's not just a different dynamic. They become physically trapped in it. You know, they
Yeah.
can't leave. They're three of them were killed as a threat to others in Telford.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's so unhealthy. And they're being like gang raped by like, you know, dozens of men a night. It's like, fuck me. How can this be allowed to go on?
Yeah, I see a super chat that just came up from Bazinski talking about this. I don't understand, like, it's just so amazing to me that it was like 2 straight months, maybe more, where the Me Too thing was getting, it was daily fucking attention of
Yeah.
Me Too, fucking women are the victims. It's like, meanwhile in the UK, women are being raped en masse, and it's like, okay, that comes out again. It's just like,
Where's the Me Too movement now?
You know, whatever, shit happens. The girls are whores, and they probably did it to themselves.
Yeah,
Okay.
her as well. To be honest, it's not Me Too now. Honestly, it's fucking abhorrent. It's just,
I don't really understand. Like, I understand why they're not talking about it. Why especially the bourgeois left is not talking about it. I know why.
What have they got to say?
But I just what's the name of that guy that drove that car into the mosque?
I don't know his name, but yeah, there have been a couple of mosque attacks.
It's
honestly,
like, if you want like half of the UK to be those guys, like mirror versions of that guy, keep going, because that's the way you're fucking headed.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna get.
Because you're eventually gonna have like a guy that has his kid raped and then just gets a gun, goes into a mosque, and kills everyone inside.
Yeah. No, it's inevitably going to happen. And the thing is, I mean, like this is the reason the EDL even exists. You know, it's this happening in their communities for decades is why the EDL exists. And everyone's like, oh, EDL racist Islamophobes. It's like, no, they're just Islamophobes.
Yeah.
And it's not even irrational. You know, it's not an irrational fear.
Absolutely, yeah.
They've been predated upon for decades, and they're tired of it. And they're tired of being told that they're wrong when they complain. They're not wrong. They're absolutely
I'm just surprised that this hasn't resulted in more violence, because it's like, I can't imagine, like, if I was a father who had his child groomed and raped by a bunch of Muslims, if I knew where they were, I'd fucking murder them. I'd fucking murder them.
I would feel that I had a fucking moral obligation to do so.
Like, especially when, like, you go to the whole thing of, like, I went to the police and they turned me away. It's like, okay, then that's a green light to take the law into your own hands.
Yeah, no, I'm not in disagreement with you at all on this.
It's literally like the system is there to prevent vigilante justice, and that is the system saying, go for it. We're not going to do shit, so go for it. It's insane.
The system saying fuck you. That's the thing about it that annoys me the most. It's like they're just saying, yeah, fuck you. You're a racist. Fuck you. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I just I can't imagine that there's going to be too much more Rotherhams and Telford stories before you are going to actively see some real fucking blowback.
I'm just seeing people all over the internet. I mean, like Tommy Robinson has got such hardcore support for a reason.
Yeah,
you know, it's often working class, middle age, boomer age sort of you know, mothers and fathers. They are just like, no, this has happened to my children. I have to do something. I don't blame them at all.
Yeah. I can't imagine, like I said, I can't imagine the way that things are currently. I can't imagine this going on for forever in your country without violence becoming something that becomes more mainstream. Yeah. Because all you need is like some Muslims go to court for something, they get let off, and you're gonna have a riot. And the police and the institutions.
Okay, so in Telford, right, in 2012, there was already a grooming gang investigation that put 9 of them in jail after they'd groomed hundreds of girls, blah, blah, blah. And the leader of it, got 22 years. You think, okay, well, fair enough. 22 years is a fairly long time. And it turns out that he's only going to serve 5 years of that, and then he's going to be let out. 5 fucking years to rape as many girls as you like.
Yeah, so long as you're Muslim.
Yeah, as long as you're brown, yeah.
So that's the thing, is that you know, when there is a clear sign of institutional bias and inability to act in the institutions and the state, for lack of a better way to put it, when the state is unwilling to act in the manner that people demand, people will take
fucking laws.
Yeah, when they are unwilling to act in the way that is required in society, people will take the power into their own hands to do what they feel is needed. And the problem is that what you need is elected representatives to say, no, here's the distinction. It's not all Muslims and blah, blah, blah. The problem is Islam. It's not your random person neighbor who's different color than you because they could be a Sikh or somebody else. You know, you have to distinguish and make the distinction and make smart arguments to cool heated tempers. Because I can tell you that after terror attacks in the United States back in the day, especially after 9/11, people were beating the shit out of Muslims in the streets. And it's because they were angry. You know, they like the United States was just attacked and thousands of people died. And people saw like this Muslim guy and they say, you're the fucking person responsible for this. And they beat the shit out of him.
Yeah. And it's unjust.
Yeah, it is unjust, but the thing is that that's when the state kicked into high gear, and that's when, unfortunately, in my opinion, they went too far, and we now have the quote of George W. Bush saying religion of peace. They went too far.
Like Islam is a religion of peace. Oh, okay, then.
Yeah.
As you say.
But the thing is that if the state does what it is currently doing in the UK, where it literally just does nothing, and then if it isn't doing nothing, it's covering up what's being done.
Yeah, it's not doing nothing. If it was doing nothing, it'd be okay. Because, I mean, at least people would be able to put public pressure on Muslims. The problem is it's actively giving cover to Islam as a concept. It's taken Islam as something that is an abstract that needs to be defended by the state. It's like, no religion should be defended by the state. Full stop. Don't give a fuck.
What's amazing about your country is that you have a state religion.
Yeah, and that's not defended by the state.
No, it's not.
You can say whatever the fuck you like about Protestantism. Anytime, any day, no one is going to. I mean, everyone's
what's the church called? Anglican Church?
Yeah, the Anglican Church. Yeah,
I've seen members of it on national television many times, like actual in the garb, defending Islam.
Yeah,
it's like I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. You
guys should be condemning Islam. You're Christians. What's wrong with you?
I mean, all you have to like, let's say that I'm part of the Anglican Church. I'm part of the cloth, so to say. Okay,
right, so
I show up and I go on television and they go, "Hello, Church of England representative. What do you have to say about Islam? This is why Christianity is superior. That's all. Like, that's all you have to do."
Yeah, Christianity teaches
join the Church of England. Christianity superior. Boom.
Yeah. We are opposed to child rape. It can't be justified spiritually.
Oh man,
it's insane. It's insane.
Like, I don't get it. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't understand. Like, why your own state recognized religion is also a defender of fucking Islam. Like, I don't get it.
I don't know. I really wish they wouldn't be.
Man, I can't imagine. Like, I can't imagine like a state recognized church being like, yeah, you know, that other religion that we're in active competition with, we're here to defend it. It's like, what?
The Catholic Church do it as well. The Pope has
the Pope does it as well, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing? Why are you so cucked? You know, I would like to hear a little bit of papal fire and brimstone at this point. I never thought I'd say that fucking ever in my life.
Yeah, imagine if the Pope at this point in time came out and it was like threatening another crusade.
Dude.
Could you imagine that? New Pope comes in. It's like, yeah, it's time for a new crusade, boys. It's like you see like the Catholic Church like spike in fucking like not admissions, but attendance.
The collective reeing from the SJWs.
Oh my god, dude, that would be amazing.
Just fucking imagine. It's actually worth it. Now I want the Catholic Church to do it. I might even join.
It's pretty cancerous, I'll tell you that. I used to be a Catholic.
Of course it is. Dude, we're Protestants. We know exactly how.
There's people in the chat like now championing the idea of there being a crusade with the Catholic Church.
I'm not saying I'd oppose a crusade.
I don't think they have the means to do it at this fucking point.
Of course they fucking don't.
They fucking like hire American mercenaries to fight it for them.
I hear that
that'll work out.
I hear the Pope actually prays towards Mecca 5 times a day. So
oh my god,
I'm joking.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Exactly. But we're only a few years off. I mean, oh fuck me, man. There was a picture of him going around where he's kissing the feet of these Muslim guys, and it's just like, okay.
Ugh.
I'll find the picture so you can see it.
Nah, you don't. I've seen it before. I've
You've
seen
got to
him
see it.
kissing people's fucking feet.
It's disgusting, and it really annoys me.
There's like a million Deuce faults in the fucking chat.
The idea, just the idea that. Here we go. So, Pope washes. Oh fucking hell! I just can't get over this.
Somebody sent me a picture of him kissing like some disgusting fuck's feet, and I was like, ugh! Like
there's a link in the chat.
I can't take a look at this shit. Just please leave me alone.
Get it up. Literally, just fucking look at that. He is so fucking cucked.
Oh, is it not going to let me see it?
You're meant to be you're the Pontifex Maximus, dude. You're the head of the Catholic Church. You represent an order that goes back literally like 2,500 years before Christianity, even. You know, an institution that has existed for such a long time, and you're kissing the feet of a follower of an Arab.
Feet of Muslim migrants saying, "We are children of the same God." Oh Jesus! Whoa!
So you may as well just convert to Islam and recognize Muhammad as your prophet.
Whoa! That's
These guys are heretics, Mr. Pope.
Yeah, like
I don't know whether you remember that term.
Yeah. Okay, let's get this playing because it's playing on the. Hang on. Fuck off with this fucking advertisement.
Bring back religious sectarianism.
Seriously, well, that's it would kill off Christianity in the United States if there was sectarianism in the United States. Boom, it would be fucking done. Because I've met a lot of Christians that are like, yeah, Mormonism and like XYZ is bullshit. I don't like it, but we're all Christians. Don't worry.
I wouldn't consider Mormons Christians if I was a.
I wouldn't either.
Protestant.
My mother and I are. I have members of my family that are Mormon, and my mother like always talks about like they're so like in your face and blah blah blah. Like, she can't stand them. And I told her like what they actually believe, and she was shocked by it. She's like, "That's what they actually believe." I was like, "Yep, it's crazy."
They're one step away from Scientologists.
Oh, half step, dude.
Yeah.
So I'm just showing the audience to take a look at this black. It's like, bro, what am I watching? Bro, what am I watching? Oh. It's like the Muslim guy can't believe it. He's like, look at her, like, what the fuck am I watching? Yo, this Catholic Pope is like fucking washing my feet. What the fuck is this, bro?
I can only imagine what they're thinking, because I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that he's submitted to Islam.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, I wouldn't even kiss my own fucking feet. God, this is disgusting. Like, I understand. Like,
make sure you're being filmed for all the world to see, Mr. Pope. What is this? The Catholic Church is a joke.
Oh my god, dude. Oh man, they really fucked up when the I forget what it is, the collection of cardinals or whatever the fuck nominated this guy to be Pope.
Cardinals, yeah.
That was he just smiles at him.
That was very pretty. Is he gonna suck his dick next, are you, Pope?
Oh god, no, that's my face. I'm like, oh god, what am I watching? Jesus Christ.
Pope Francis is the next grooming gang.
Why am I Catholic again? Why? Like, I understand, like, he's supposed to be humble, like that is supposed to be his shtick, but like this is way too fucking
This
far.
Isn't humble, this is servile.
He should be kissing the feet of Catholics.
Yes. Frankly, if you're gonna kiss someone,
step down from the podium of the Vatican. Oh, that was at least nice of that guy. That was at least polite.
What did he do?
He kissed his hand.
Oh,
he nodded his head and kissed his hand. So that was at least polite of that guy. So
was that guy Catholic?
No, he's not. He's a Muslim.
Right.
I'm not sure how many converts this is winning over, by the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I spoke to the distributist the other day about the Pope, and he was like, "Yeah, I hate our Pope." So yeah, he's a Catholic, obviously, and I don't blame him whatsoever. I completely understand.
Well, I definitely do agree that the Catholic Church, and it's still true to this day, is in desperate need for reform. But this guy is not the guy.
No,
he's like 90% fucking virtue signaling.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing. I mean, maybe he just has a fucking foot fetish. That may just be the thing.
Well, I haven't ruled
The
that
minute
out.
he starts kissing women's feet, that's where I start to think. I don't know.
Well, I mean, he might be
It
gay.
starts to get kind of iffy.
I wouldn't rule out the fact that he was a closet homo.
I don't know about that. I think it'd be more likely he has a foot fetish. All right, that's enough of this sick shit. You fucking fedora tipping atheist. It's like, yeah, at least the guy that I don't think is the voice of God is kissing the feet of Muslim migrants, bro.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Come on. Suddenly the fedora is looking pretty good, isn't it?
Yep.
Come on.
It's pretty funny. There's a lot of Catholics even on YouTube that talk a lot of shit, and it's like, okay, who's the voice of God right now? Let's go check in with him. Let's see what he's up to.
Yeah, oh, kissing the feet of Muslims. That's good. Oh, saying that Muslims are just as valid as Christians when it comes to being children of God. Oh, that's a good move. Good way of spreading the faith, that.
Oh, I forgot. Let's get back to this article because I forget at the end he talks shit about Gen Xers. I'm glad I have you here.
Oh yeah, well to be fair, we do deserve to have shit talk.
Okay.
I'm a bit of a self-hating Gen Xer.
Ever since Columbine, gradually cynicism to those that have lived with the certain criminalities, adult life, blah 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 blah. I've come to the conclusion. Okay, we spend despite all our competitive parenting and mommy machismo, and trophy kids, we don't really give a damn about our children. By which I mean about one another's. When a race stops caring for its young, its extinction is not only imminent but well deserved. Okay, okay. But maybe my bitter compliance about our civilization's irreversible decline is just a projection of my feelings about my own. Well, there's some. Keep going down that road, bro. Just keep looking in that mirror. I think it may be you and not us.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying here, so do carry on.
Power is like money. Imaginary. Okay, no, power is not fucking. I'm just going to put that aside.
Carry on.
Imaginary, entirely dependent upon belief. Most of the power of our institutions lies in the faith people have in them. Well, that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
And cynicism is also a kind of faith. The faith that nothing can change, that institutions are corrupt beyond all accountability, immune to intimidation or appeal. Sure enough.
Yeah, I wonder who this is sounding like it is appealing to.
Harvey Weinstein ultimately wasn't the one enforcing the code of silence around his predations. Well, he was to some degree.
Yeah, exactly.
It was all the agents and managers and friends and colleagues who warned actresses that he was too powerful to accuse. No, it wasn't. It was people looking to get ahead and to use him to get ahead. That's what it was. There you go. Once people, because the whole thing is, if he was fucking nobody, he would have gone to jail. It's because he was a somebody.
Yeah.
People, if you fucked him, you would be getting a part in a movie that could make your fucking career.
Yeah.
All right? This is the whole thing. Like, he was a power broker in fucking Hollywood.
Yeah.
And when he folded, so did his fucking company, even though they fired him from it. His company went out of business simply because he lost his power. It's like the Hillary Clinton Foundation. The Clinton Foundation, the same thing. It's because when someone in power is the power broker that loses power, that's it. Then everything else goes away.
Yeah, I mean, what he's saying about power there isn't necessarily, it's not wrong. I mean, power is kind of like an illusion, but it's also backed up with what you can actually do. And like what you can actually do is like the foundation of your power, right?
Power can be bluffed, but power, in my opinion, isn't ultimately imaginary. Because
it's half perception and half ability.
Yes, absolutely.
And the more ability you show, the more perception in other people's perceptions, they think of you as greater than you really are.
Yeah.
And this is how you end up accruing power that is not illegitimate, but just power outside of yourself, you know?
Yes. And the thing is that ultimately, even though you could play into other people's perceptions, you can't control other people's perceptions of you.
Yeah.
Try your best to look intimidating or whatever. It doesn't always mean that's going to work.
Antifa.
Yeah, there you go. Once people stopped believing in his invulnerability, his destruction was instantaneous as the middle school queen being made a pariah. Very weird reference.
So who's he referring to there?
Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein. Well, the thing is that once his reputation was blackened enough, he became useless. Once he quit or was fired from his company, that was it. He's no longer a power broker.
Is he referring to Harvey Weinstein there?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay.
Watch as soon as the first NRA A-rated congressman loses an election, other politicians' deeply held convictions about Second Amendment rights will start rapidly evolving. So, that's actually terrible on a multitude of levels, because what you're saying is that there are no politicians that actually hold to the principle of the Second Amendment of liberty involving firearms, of individual right to ownership. I would say there's a lot of people that church it up or ham it up for the sake of politics. But what you're saying is that there isn't anyone that actually believes in this being an individual right. And all that is to me is you just trying to justify taking away other people's rights in your own mind. I don't think this has anything to do with A-rated congressmen. I think this has a lot to do with the fucking author.
Well, there's no doubt that that's his intent. I mean, he's literally saying it. So.
Yeah. The students of Parkland are like veterans coming home from the bloody front of the NRA's de facto war on children.
Oh, fucking hell. No. It's not hyperbolic enough. You need to amp it up a bit. That's too lazy, that rhetoric. Come on. How can we make that sound worse?
They've seen their friends, teachers, and coaches gunned down in the halls. To them, powerful Washington lobbyists and United States senators suddenly look like what they are, cheesy TV spokesmen for murder weapons.
All weapons would be murder weapons.
What else is...
Yeah.
Just say weapons. Don't say murder weapon. Like, what?
No, the murder weapons are worse than regular weapons.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Don't get me started on murder weapons. Otherwise,
I'm sorry for being an illiterate. I'm sorry.
Murder weapons.
It has been inspiring and thrilling to watch furious, clear-eyed teenagers shame and vilify gutless politicians and soul-dated lobbyists for their complicity in the murders of their friends.
Using murder weapons.
Yes. It's not as though anyone can actually hold to a different principle than you. They were literally just complicit in the murder of these people. That's what
they wanted them murdered. But on the plus side, the left is totally complicit in the mass rapes of the Rotherham scandal and whatnot, because they're all like, don't criticize Islam. That would be wrong. It's like, okay, well, then you're complicit in this. In the same way that the NRA is complicit in these murders. Congratulations.
Yeah. I don't even know if I agree with that comparison, actually.
Of course I don't.
I understand what your comparison is.
That's their logic. That's just applying their logic consistently.
Yeah.
Which, of course, they despise.
That's asking way too much from them, dude.
Yeah,
come on.
But if I'm going to apply their logic to them, if that's the case, if we can do this vicariously, then okay, you fucking grooming gang rapists. Which honestly, the male feminists are probably just sat there going, "Yeah, I wish I'd thought of it first."
Last week, Wayne LaPierre, who was the head of the NRA, was reduced to gibbering like General Jack D. Ripper and Dr. Strangelove about a socialist takeover and hardening our schools. You can see the whites all around his irises that look as fear.
True. The socialists are taking over.
One of my students once asked me, and by the way, I think this guy's a teacher.
Fuck, of course he is.
When I was teaching the writing of political op essays, why adults should listen to anything young people had to say about the world. My answer, because they're afraid of you. They don't understand you, and they know you're going to replace them.
Are you fucking kidding me? I was young once. I understand them completely. They just don't know anything.
My message as an aging Gen Xer to millennials. So here's another example of a useless Gen Xer.
All of my fellow Gen Xers in the balls, I promise you. One by one, I will just go around socking them.
My message as an aging Gen Xer to millennials and those coming up after them is go get us, take us down. All those cringing provincials who still think climate change is a hoax, that being transgender is a fad, or that socialism means purges and re-education camps. No, of course, socialism doesn't mean purges.
And I bet he goes, look at Denmark.
Oh, yeah.
It's not fucking socialist.
Rid the world of all of our outmoded opinions, vestigial prejudices, and rotten institutions. Which institutions would those be, by the way?
Yeah, what? Well, democracy, I guess.
I guess the republic itself. I think.
Yeah, I mean that's what the socialists hate.
Gender roles as disfiguring as foot binding, which.
Oh my god!
I'm just gonna stop for a second and say that if you are a woman who is trying to look androgynous, you're just ugly.
Yeah,
and
gender roles are not as disfiguring as foot binding. This guy is a fucking lunatic.
By the way, if you're against foot binding, you're a racist. So if you're saying that, you're automatically a racist. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pay a Japanese person in Toronto to call you a racist for $100. And then I'll write an op-ed on Right Wing Watch to call you racist forever.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the recent Right Wing Watch hit pieces have been rather amusing. I mean,
yeah, they have. I've left them out on purpose because I know
the thing is, right, honestly, are they actually misrepresentative? Because like Right Wing Watch,
it depends on which one you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly, right. Because I mean, they are guilty of misrepresenting people, but these ones aren't necessarily inaccurate. I mean, I've read through these court documents. I've watched these live streams that they're talking about, and well, you know,
yeah,
it's just doing these things.
It's basically bringing up what would be the word? Skeletons isn't the right word, but it's basically.
I know what you mean, though. Yeah.
Yeah, your past and the things about yourself that you'd like other people not to know, especially in JF's case. And it just begs the idea of how do you start the white ethno state with a autistic Latino?
Listen,
it begs the question.
Listen, JF's just a good old genetic imperialist. I approve.
All right, yeah.
You know, he's whitening the Hispanic race. That's how you need to think of it. I'm sure. I mean, he's obviously an intelligent guy, so he's actually doing his part to kind of average out the IQ scores.
Is this like 5-dimensional chess?
Yeah. It's intergenerational, 5-dimensional genetic imperialism that JF is performing. So okay. I think we should all salute him for that.
Okay.
And his part for the white race. What I'm saying.
The article on Andy was, I would say, a bit too reaching in what its conclusion was. It was mostly a stub article. It wasn't long. And it was about his.
I can't remember.
It implied that he would be guilty of rape.
Oh yeah. Well, from the progressive point of view, that is kind of what they believe.
Yeah, if you're a progressive, maybe so. Yeah. But the issue is that is it a black mark on his history? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He doesn't look good in that situation. But the fact is that as far as I can tell, he didn't break up with that girl immediately following that. So it appeared to be completely consensual.
Apart from taking off the condom.
Yeah. Anyways, gender roles as disfiguring as foot binding, the morbid and vampiric two-party system. Everyone hates the two-party system, bro.
Yeah, but you need to vote for someone else.
Yeah, seriously.
That's literally not something anyone has the power to change.
Yeah.
As long as you keep voting for fucking idiots, they'll keep fucking getting offices.
Yeah. The savage theology of capitalism.
Oh, fuck off.
Rip it all to the ground.
Don't get me wrong, he's probably just talking about Ben Shapiro when he says that, though.
Yeah. Quick side note, I'd just like to introduce here, when you say rip it all to the ground, I just kind of get the feeling that you literally mean all of Western society, and that includes liberalism.
Undoubtedly.
Because I don't see that anywhere. I don't see a but or an except, or I just see, socialism is the future, and gender roles are equivalent to foot binding, and capitalism is a religion, and we need to rip it all to the ground. That's what I see in print.
Well, I mean, what else is he saying when he says this? What else could he be saying?
Well, the thing I'm trying to make a point of is that when people talk about this, especially when they rip on you, is like, oh, when you're talking about Marxists in colleges, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, read. How about the New York Times? How about an op-ed, a major op-ed printed in the New York Times from a teacher offering an opinion saying, yeah, by the way, rip down Western society. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. What do you guys think he means by that? If not, Marxism. I mean, do you think he's not advocating for some form of Marxism?
Just socialism, in quotes. Just socialism.
Yeah.
I, for one, can't wait till we're gone. I just wish I could live to see the world without us. And I think that's a great note to end on as it relates to the sorry, Sargon, for Gen X.
Well, I mean, I apologize for my generation.
I do too, for my own. Although thankfully only a portion of it. It seems to be a decent portion of it, but not the entire portion. It seems to me that
your generation is far worse. So you get fucked, man. Millennials are the problem.
Well, we're worse in some ways and better in others.
Millennial gas chambers now.
no. We're on the streets. It's just for the wrong reasons for the time being.
It's not a generation's breeding, is it? So we're not going to lose.
No, it's not. And that's the thing. It may wind up skipping a generation.
Yeah, the Gen X's. It's the kids of the Gen X's that are going to have to save us.
Yeah. Well, thankfully they won't be here forever, as this author says. He just wishes he could see a world and live in a world without himself.
Yeah, well, I mean, who doesn't?
Oh, man.
I want to live in a world without him, too.
Yeah, so do I. That's the thing. I want to live in a world without him, too.
Like, when can we get there?
Yeah, right. Well, we'll just have to wait for him to die. My suggestion to him is buy a bullet and rent a gun, as the saying. Or there's cheaper ways to do it than that as well.
Yeah, honestly, gravity's free.
Yeah. I live very close to Niagara Falls, and that is a suicide capital of the country. So head on over there and join the masses. Join the group.
Out. It's a popular thing to do.
It is. It's actually something that is. I don't even know if there's any real law against it, but it's specifically
suicide.
It's verboten to print in any newspapers anywhere. I think, especially in this area, but I think anywhere, that Niagara Falls is basically the suicide capital of the country.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of fucking people come here and like they'll drive here, and I've happened, and I know it's true because I've worked in a parking lot where this happened to be the case. People who drive here abandon their car and just jump on in, and go over.
Of course they do.
And then they got to tow their shit. They got to impound their car.
Well, I mean, honestly, I love the idea of making suicide illegal. So yeah, okay.
It was actually
you can jail me.
Yeah, it was actually a joke in one of my favorite comedies because it's based in my immediate area. It's called Canadian Bacon, and it had John Candy in it.
Oh yeah,
it's a comedy that was made by the guy that did Bowling for Columbine.
Oh, Michael Moore.
Yeah, Michael Moore made it. It was like one of his first movies. It was a comedy. And it was phenomenal. It was basically a parody of a number of things, including my area. And oh my fucking God, was it great. It's one of my favorite fucking comedies. And the best part of it is that the John Candy plays a Niagara County sheriff named Bud Boomer. And basically part of his job is basically sitting at the bottom of the falls, like waiting for people to jump over and kill themselves and fish the bodies out of the river for money. And basically, like he sees somebody about to jump, and it's a friend of his, and he's with a deputy who's a female, and he's like, "Wait, that's our friend. He's gonna jump. Don't jump!" And she looks up and she goes, "Jump!" And the thing is, because they basically get $50 if they talk him down, but they get $100 if they fish him out.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Oh God, it's such a great comedy. It's I can't recommend it enough. It's so great because it tells the tale of this area where like all the manufacturing jobs left and the end of the Cold War and all that. It's a very good comedy, and it satirizes the first HW administration and how deeply unpopular he was.
Yeah.
And the fact that the United States was like in a culture shock moment where it didn't really know what the fuck to do after the Cold War ended.
Well, I mean, understandably so. You had the great enemy, and suddenly it disappears.
Yeah, and it disappeared, and no one knew what the fuck to do, especially the politicians who had geared everything around that. They just literally had no idea what to do, and that was like the whole joke of the movie was basically they're trying to spur on some kind of war to drive up to motivate the economy because they were in a recession, and manufacturers for arms were closing across the United States. So it was like they're trying to drum up some kind of means by which to to create a new Cold War. And originally they tried to start it again with Russia, and basically it didn't work. And they like laughed at them and walked out of the White House. And like, I forget the name of the character actor, but he played like the general in it, and he like tackled the Russian emissary to basically try to start the war. He didn't want him to leave. But they basically, the joke of the movie is that because it didn't work with Russia, they start a Cold War with Canada. It's actually a pretty funny movie. It's great. Like I said, I can't recommend it enough. It's a great John Candy movie, and it's made by Michael Moore.
Now. Definitely want that.
Well, it's amazing that considering where we are now, that like it's back on with Russia apparently. Like, your country just expelled a bunch of diplomats, and then Russia did it in turn.
Yep, it's
fucking that's not exactly great for diplomacy.
No, it's pathetic as well. I mean, if we have Russian spies in this country, why don't we do something about the spies rather than letting them poison each other in Salisbury?
Seriously, but it's like, okay, is that new for the UK? Is that new for spies?
No, Venko got poisoned a few years ago. I mean, like, why we allow any Russian spies to operate in this country is just beyond me. I just
that seems like a job for MI5. You know, don't you have an intelligence service?
Yes, we do, and it's a pretty good one actually. So it's weird that they're just allowing this to happen. So why don't we do something? But for some reason, we don't.
Yeah, I can't really answer that. It just seems that it's just more posturing from both sides, and it's just like, okay, well, I'm not really sure where this is going, but I know that in the long run, this isn't really going to help anyone involved from at least a Western perspective.
Honestly, it's not going fucking anywhere. We're not going to declare war on Russia. It's not going to happen. We're not going to invade Russia. We're not going to do anything to Russia. We're going to just ignore Russia and bitch about them from far away, which is how it should be.
Well, I wish it were the opposite. I mean, I think that it's going to have to require Putin to die, because I don't think he's ever going to give up power. No. But my hope is that somebody comes into power in Russia after Putin dies, and basically somebody in the West, hopefully in the White House, is smart enough to just say, like, you know, just come into the fold. Just come into the fold. Come on. Just come in. Just because I'm just waiting, because it may not even happen in my lifetime, all things considered, but I'm just waiting for the West in Russia itself to just get past this bullshit. Because I think what needs to happen in Russia is just the concession that they're never going to be a major power again.
Well, the thing is, they might. I mean, it's not that they couldn't do it.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's somehow that's outside the realm of possibility, but I just think that there's so much cultural baggage. I don't think that they're ever going to be able to be in that position again.
I'm not saying that it'd be easy for them.
It would be like if Britain tomorrow became another empire. Do you see that happening?
Well, no. Well, I mean, no, of course not. But for Russia, it is different. Russia is in a honestly, they've got a huge amount of resources. They do have a large population that's shrinking.
Sure, but I'm not saying they couldn't ever become a serious economic power, but that only happens, by the way, if they trade with the fucking West.
Yeah, that's what I was about to get to. Russia could turn around by becoming extreme free marketeers.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
That would be how I would revamp Russia. I would worry less about autocracy and worry more about the free market and open Russia up to business, like, properly.
Absolutely.
And I mean, the amount of resources they have, they can just be making absolute shit.
And the thing is, militarily, my end goal for them, like I said, and this to me is the big squeeze on China. And it's just the wedge we need to really drive is between Russia and China. That is the wedge we need to fucking push.
Absolutely. I mean, do you know what, right? 100 years ago, turn of the 19th century, when science fiction authors wrote books about what they expected to happen in the 20th century, they wrote that Russia came into the American orbit. They thought that Russia and America, because they thought American business would essentially buy out Russia into the American sphere of interest.
That's what I want to have happen.
Yeah, exactly. And it should happen. It would be good for the Russians.
Yeah. It would be good for the Russians in terms of developing a very solid standard of living, convenience, and middle class. And it would also be immensely great for the United States, because it would be the cap on top of NATO. It would be the final motion of NATO, in that it would basically be the control of everywhere that really matters in terms of that portion of the world. We would have bases everywhere. We would have control everywhere. And basically all that would be left is essentially South America, which I think we should pursue interest in. Africa, which we do in South America, but not in the way that I would like. But in Africa
now,
well, it would basically be doing what we're in effect doing partially with Brazil, because Brazil is increasingly becoming more favorable to the West, and it is because of our investment, and that should continue. Because I want Brazil, I want Argentina, I want Colombia. We also have deep ties with Colombia. You know, everyone. I want them all looking at the United States and saying, "Hey, man, these are our guys. This is where we get investment from. This is they're here to back us up. If anyone ever fucks with us, they'll storm in and Iraq them." You know, these are the people in the world we want to be close to, and everything that we need to do, that we should do to isolate China. Because if it just becomes a pissing match between the United States and China, and that's it, and the Middle East is the Middle East, whatever.
Middle East.
If that is the case, then we enter into the scenario where it is my most ideal. Because if it's in a situation where it's standoff between China, which ultimately has expansionist goals but isn't reached that position, and the United States and all of our allies, including that of Russia, should that ever come to pass, then that is just a unipolar world that everyone would like to see as a
I think is the best outcome. But so what you're saying is that Trump should romance Putin. There should be some kind of royal wedding.
I don't think I understand the facetious point, but the thing is with Putin is that I think Putin is
he's too clever. He's too much.
He's too clever. He's too much of a nationalist. He's too autocratic in the sense that he wields his power. He's unafraid to do so, and he is not going to give up power.
No.
So
no one would expect him to. I mean,
and I think that he only has confidence in himself to lead the nation. Yeah, so I think that he has the justification or the what's the phrase, clearance of conscience, however it's said, to operate in the way that he feels that he needs to.
Well, the thing with Putin is that, like, no one wants to say it, but he's probably the most brilliant politician in the world at the moment. No one likes to say it because he's the leader of Russia, but he is some kind of savant. He has achieved more for Russia than like literally anyone. Like he's been so good for the country, and I mean, I don't agree with most of the things he does, like poisoning people
and jailing people and etc.
Jailing his political opponents. You know, he does loads of terrible stuff. But from a geostrategic point of view, he's doing a fucking good job.
Yeah, he's, as far as I can tell, in effect, he's trying to keep Russia headed in an upward trajectory rather than
he's trying to revive Russia as a world power, as clear as day.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's actually. I don't know if I would say as though that he's a savant, but I do think that obviously behind him it isn't just Russia like people just want to make him seem like a ruthless autocrat. But I would say that there's definitely intellect behind his actions.
Very much so, and it's not just that. I think it's the knowledge of his home country as well. You know, because he's a short little guy, and yet he's managed to craft himself this badass image, and the Russians like that. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, you know, it's
who was the guy that was the head of Libya?
Gaddafi.
Yeah, he seemed like an idiot fucking autocrat.
Yeah, Gaddafi wasn't stupid either. If you listen to his speeches, you know, they're not incoherent or anything. You've just listened to his speeches,
right? But but the thing that I noticed from him is that he came across definitely as a hedonist. That seemed to be his primary focus.
Honestly, I think it's more just the way that Western media portray them, because obviously we like to talk them down a lot, and in many ways, rightfully so, obviously. But like you know, Gaddafi wasn't a stupid man either. He wasn't Putin or anything, but like he wasn't.
Well, that's what I mean. Is that he's not Al-Assad either.
No. Assad's very cautious, very, you know, insensibly so. I mean,
yeah. From what I've listened from him, he seems pretty. I wouldn't say that he's nowhere near as good as a leader from that perspective in terms of inner politics as Putin would be, but he definitely seems pretty fucking razor sharp and articulate.
Oh yeah. He's a very well-educated man, and he has a very, very solid grasp of Middle Eastern politics.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot more so than we do.
Oh, absolutely.
We're fucking fumbling in with our cowboy hats and shit kickers and just fucking everything up.
You guys didn't know shit about the Middle East, but this, it's a completely different world.
Yeah, I can't. Well, the thing I can't understand is how we learned nothing from what we did to the Soviets in Afghanistan. We learned absolutely fucking nothing, and it's unbelievable that that's the case. I can't understand it. I mean, that's how when people look at it and they go, "Oh, we did it all for money." It's like, I don't think we did. But the thing is that like, if it was for the sake of, because I mean that invasion, like what we did in the Middle East, it destroyed neoconservatism in this country. Neoconservatism is dead.
Yeah.
People like Ben Shapiro, who very much look to be neoconservatives, they hide in the fucking shadows. They are so afraid of that moniker because it's dead.
Yeah. It's
George W. Bush's administration in 2 terms destroyed neoconservatism as a movement.
You know why though? It was because of arrogance. It was all like,
well it's a variety of things. Arrogance is one of the factors, but it's allowing yourselves to be bought out.
Let me explain, right? Yeah, no, let me explain, right? So, I mean, there was undoubtedly a major financial motive, and you can't really criticize people for that. But okay, so you want to go in and enact regime change in a bunch of countries. Okay, you have to understand these fucking countries before you think about doing anything in them. You like, it's obvious that America can win the war, but you need to win the peace. And if you can't win the peace, because it's not like there aren't supporters in these countries of the Americans overthrowing the dictator.
Right.
The problem is a lot of these people aren't very nice. They're the sort of people who end up joining the Taliban and whatnot, and they turn out to be worse than the problem that you were trying to get rid of. So, and now you find yourself with a poor understanding of the people. The people don't understand you, and you've just gone in guns blazing and done a lot of damage. And it's like, okay, how did you think this was going to be a tenable position?
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. All I can say is that like neoconservatives, they even still to this day, like people talk about Henry Kissinger and that, and they prop him up and others. And obviously, the left has its own retards with fucking Noam Chomsky, but it's like these people may have advice to give you, but they're not gods. They're not omniscient. They're not going to fucking tell you like the all-knowing knowledge of like how to win the world in terms of geopolitics. Because if that was true, then Iraq wouldn't have been a disaster. Afghanistan wouldn't have been a disaster. ISIS wouldn't have been a fucking thing. All the things that have gone wrong in the Middle East under what we've done would not have happened. Okay, and they were something that could have been avoided.
Let me give an example here. I don't want people to think that, I'm sat here going, oh, well, we're sat here going, oh, we're all knowing, we're all wise, right? The only reason we know this is because of the benefit of hindsight, really.
Yeah, that's obvious, but it's basically, I'm not supposed to be the one sitting here arguing about geopolitics. It's supposed to be a collection of extremely intelligent people advising the president, not literally going in saying, let's go in, dissolve the army, and shit's going to work out.
Yeah, exactly. There were some really rudimentary problems, though, like with the American...
people blame Bush, but it's like someone told Bush that.
Yeah, but Bush doesn't know shit about this. Someone advised him on what to do, right? I mean, like, for example, putting all of the prisoners, like the people being detained in the various Islamic prison camps, basically.
Yeah, black sites.
Yeah, the black sites, right? Putting them all together was a massive fucking blunder because it allowed them to network.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, great. So they're all in the same place. They can all talk to each other. This is how Zarqawi and Baghdadi cut their teeth. So they formed networks Baghdadi was a religious leader in, I can't remember the name of the camp off the top of my head, but like in one of these camps, and he would lead prayers every day. So he would have hundreds of them just at his feet praying, and he would be leading this prayer. It's like, oh, that's good. That's not creating a new leader. And Zarqawi was the same in Jordan, where he was in a prison, and he was running his cell like a military camp. Like the men in his cell would, basically report to him and do what he said. And it's like, oh my God, this is a good thing. And then, disbanding the military, right? That was unbelievable because that made tens of thousands of young fighting men basically unemployed, and they had nothing else to do. They were still Muslims. If like Zarqawi managed to hire recruit loads of these people on the basis that they had nothing else to fucking do.
Yeah.
And it was the Americans that had ruined them. You know, you
Mhm.
make a guy unemployed, then that's his livelihood. So, okay, where's he going to go?
I can't understand for the life of me who made that decision. I saw a documentary on it, and it was cop to basically some bureaucrat that came over from like maybe the CIA that made that decision. But
Well, I read Joby Warwick. I can't remember who wrote for it. It's, you know, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, something like that. And it's a very well informed narrative of events. But there are things. It's an establishment narrative, so no particular blame is placed on anyone. It's just, oh, the Americans made the mistake of, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'm sure they did.
Mistakes were made, as it said.
Yeah, exactly. No fingers were particularly pointed in that regard, though. There were occasionally, but like, you know, it felt very much, let's treat this like a force of nature. It's like, it's not a force of nature. It's people making decisions, and we can affect those decisions by our decisions, like every other person on the planet. You know.
Yeah, I can. I unfortunately in it's not, because people draw parallels between the Vietnam War and Iraq, and I don't think they're exactly similar in the way that they were conducted.
Exactly similar.
But
I mean, it's still the same cultural misunderstanding.
Yes, that's the thing, is especially with the idea, because that's where the phrase was coined. Mistakes were made. Where you don't actually take culpability for fucking obvious errors that were done and that were never rectified.
Sorry, say again.
Oh, I guess we both cut out. I said that in Vietnam, one of the phrases that were coined, I believe it was from the CIA, or at least somebody speaking on behalf of the military. The phrase was coined, mistakes were made. And it was used to excuse errors that were done and that were never rectified.
Yeah, and it's said in the passive voice for a reason. It's passive. No, like, you know, a natural event, a natural disaster occurred. You know, you can't blame someone for this. We can definitely blame people for this. Sorry, buddy, but there is someone responsible.
It's the cowardice of politicians and bureaucrats trying to hide just because they want to keep their positions.
Right, yeah, of course. And no one wants to be held accountable for mistakes.
Yeah, especially when it's been a very serious blunder and thousands of fucking people die in the process.
Yeah, exactly. Who's copying to that? No one wants to.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so let's get to some super chats. A guy that's Simpsons quote says, "Here, Louis, can I free speech you to walk back your stance on cat girls for $5, sir? No, gotta raise it up a little bit more.
Gotta raise your game there, buddy. Come on."
Dale says the abstract actually makes sense. His body was in a river, and it was bloated and nearly unidentifiable. Mother had an open casket just to show it. Okay. So that's why he's saying is that the abstract painting of the black guy that was lynched was bloated and nearly unidentifiable, and the mother had an open casket just to show it in terms of what was done to the son.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very powerful thing that happened in U.S. history.
Yeah, and rightly so. And you know, it's good that it spurred the civil rights movement and whatnot. You know? But just because a white guy painted it doesn't mean we need to take it down.
Yeah, it's an incredibly dangerous line of thought that one has to have in order to justify that kind of thinking, where like you literally have a white person painting a concept of something, an event that happened that spurred an entire movement that I would say that everyone other than the white nationalists and the fucking progressive think brought this country to in a good direction.
Yeah. Who's opposed to the civil rights movement apart from white nationalists?
I guess progressives.
Oh yeah.
Baczynski says, how much is your time worth for me to talk to you about Brazil for an hour? If not, that's cool. Email me, bro. I say this to fucking everybody. Email me. It's found on my about page. It's easy to find. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, just fucking email me there. Baczynski says again, Relford, 1,000 reaps, but me too. Oh, Telford, 1,000 rapes, but hashtag me too, because somebody asked me out for coffee.
Yep.
TK.
Because I agreed to be a prostitute.
Yeah, exactly.
In Hollywood. Okay.
Yeah. TK says, Dus Vault. or Deus Vault, I
Deus
guess.
Vault,
I
yeah.
spelled it wrong. Mitch says Sargoy and Louis Le Soy fetish shaming bastards. It's about the Pope.
To be fair, I'm going to continue to fetish shame you. So
Okay, that's fine. TK says, any thoughts on Metacuck going after Mike and HBR?
Oh, the honey badgers. No, I haven't seen it.
Nah, not really. I don't know who Mike is.
Dr. Random again.
Oh.
He's great. He's really great.
I think I saw a stream with him in it. I think he just raged for a while about it.
Oh yeah, he was absolutely raging at Mike during the stream because he wouldn't come and debate him, and it's just like, why would he? Why would he go and debate you? You are literally saying, I don't stand for anything. Now come and talk to me. I will legitimately have a conversation with you. It's like, no, you won't. Obviously, dummy, you're a troll.
I don't really see that conversation going anywhere. He's gonna call you cringy and call you a faggot. It's like, wow, there's a discussion for you.
Jim, you're turning into cringe yourself, my friend. Just letting you know.
No, that's not true. He's a cool kid. You don't even understand. You're just an old man. Shut the fuck up, Sargoy. Shut the fuck up, Sargon. You're just
in that stream. That was it. Boom. Jim knew he lost that.
You're just going to fucking in real life events and just being a faggot, dude. You're not doing anything.
Capturing Antifa flags is gay.
Yes. You gotta hide online all day. That's what the cool kids do, bro.
Oh, someone doxed you. Better shut down your channel. It's so weak. It's so weak.
Oh man, it's like
the thing is, he can't say anything about this. He'd be like, "Well, but no, but what, Jim? But what? Oh, you want to dox me? No, I just want you to stop being weak."
I don't really see much coming of it.
No, nothing's going to come of it.
The thing is that the thing that's crazy is him basically trying, like hoping to see Andy when he was doing that stupid thing with the guy named Asian Andy and what's his name, Baked Alaska. They're out in L.A. He's like, yeah, man, I can't wait to get punched, stirring the pot, and it's like, wow, there's a friend.
Yep, he literally doesn't give a shit about them at all, and yet they still pander to him. I just don't get it. It's weird that they need his approval so badly.
Real quick, Tim Riggs, email me, bro. Email me. Hashtag got Tyler Valle in the chat. Hashtag go back to the ball pit, Sargon. I agree. Back to the ball pit.
Things, if you think about it, like, who's the one really sat in the ball pit here? Like,
I know.
Who's playing in the shallow end with in the kiddie pool? Because I tell you what, right, a bunch of his, I guess they must have mistaken something I said on Facebook to be about them, and a bunch of them started posting like stuff about Jim and whatnot on my Facebook page. And so I just looked at their profiles, and they're all literally baby-faced kids. There wasn't a single beard hair among them. There was a bit of tuft of fur around the corners of their lips, but that was it. And I was just like, Jesus Christ. Jim's fucking taken the fedora-tipping autists and turned them into cringe lords on the internet. Good job, Jim. Good fucking job, buddy.
All I know is that I hope to facilitate this as possible. What we need to do is to have you go to one of an event, or maybe already there. What we need to do is to get you sitting in a ball pit and then have like your arm out like somebody else would be there and have a sign that says reserved for Jim.
No, I think we should just have Jim Con, and I'll just hire a ball, and it'll just be a ball pit with a cutout of his fucking avatar in it. Well, there you go, Jim. That's you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Right now.
Jim Con.
Ethicon, we'll call it, I think. Sell tickets as well, and he'll be furious. Like, what are you going to do, Jim? Sue me?
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to give me your fucking name and address to do that, buddy.
I'd have to serve you.
Yeah, exactly. You'd have to.
I don't know if this is privy for public discussion, but how's your lawsuit going? Did you cut out again? Did I cut out again?
I don't.
Look, we cut out again. You still there?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. The question was, how's your lawsuit going, if you can discuss it?
I don't really want to say, but I'm not terribly disappointed so far.
Okay, well, I guess that'll stay in the private sector
Yeah,
for now. Or
if I win, expect a video, and it's gonna be a good video.
I would hope so if you won.
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah.
great. I'd be pleased to see it.
Yeah,
And
she's been talking a lot of trash on social media. I haven't said a word.
really,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I haven't seen it.
She's made videos. She's put up various tweets, just basically victory dancing already, and I haven't said a word about it. And,
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I don't know what's going to happen, but let's fingers crossed.
There's like a small you've probably seen. There's like YouTube channels that dedicate themselves to like YouTube lawsuits, stuff like that.
Yeah, I haven't been following them though. I've got to be honest.
I've been following them a bit off and on, just because sometimes they're entertaining to listen to, especially if they sound like they know what they're talking about. And that's been one of the ones that's come up fairly frequently is your lawsuit with Keela.
I can imagine.
And
what are they saying?
They seem to say that it by appearances it's a hard case, but they don't believe she's winning. But I would hope to see that that is actually the end result. But the question is going to be, and maybe this is something you won't be able to say publicly, is who's going to be coming to the table first to make a settlement?
Well, I have no plans on settling at this moment. So, I'm it's true. The thing is, fair use laws in the US are actually fairly cut and dried. So I know people think that it's really deep and murky, but there are some specific rules that you have to follow, and if you follow them, even if in a fairly oblique way, then you're generally still covered. Again, we haven't had a judgment yet, so I don't know. But
I just got reminded in the chat. Did you hear that KSI, who's a very big YouTuber, if you don't remember him,
yeah, no,
he's gonna fight Logan Paul, I think.
Is he?
Yeah.
I'm reasonably sure KSI will win that one. I saw his match going around because everyone.
Yeah, I watched it. I watched the full thing. He kicked the shit out of that other guy. So I think that it comes. The thing is that I don't know if Logan Paul is just full blown trolling him or not. But if it does happen, if the match does legit actually happen, I'm pretty sure Logan Paul is going to get fucking destroyed.
Yeah, KSI looks like he's taking.
Because as egotistic as KSI is, he's not fucking around.
Yeah. He looks like he trains on a regular basis and whatnot, you know.
Yeah. So I would say that I want to see that fight. Dude, do you have any idea how many the day that shit happened, that original fight happened? Do you have any idea how many fucking people were watching that? It was insane. It was in the hundreds of thousands.
Really?
Yes.
Good job.
It was fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So if that keeps, I mean, people talk a lot of shit about KSI, but it's like, dude, the guy knows how to take it to the next level every fucking time.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. You know, it's a sporting competition. It's well publicized. It's, and
it was legit. It wasn't bullshit like some nonsense like pretender shit. No, it was an actual match.
Yeah. I mean, I saw pictures and stuff of it, and it looked serious, and so I was like, okay, good.
I watched the full thing. It was pretty brutal. So yeah, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see KSI fight Logan Paul, just because it would be it would be a big win for YouTube, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The only thing that could go wrong from my perspective is fucking YouTube gets in the way of it.
Which they could entirely do.
So my hope is that they back the fuck off and allow this platform to actually make some goddamn money. And
viewers, they're a good idea, YouTube. I don't remember whether you recall this or not. Yeah,
this is a huge platform for a lot of different people. And I think that even if this is whatever cringy shit, big name YouTubers, blah, 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 it's still a big deal, and it's still a draw to this platform, and that in the long run helps everybody.
Yeah, I don't see why any of this is considered cringy shit. I think it's entertainment, to be fair.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely entertainment. And it was a lot went into it.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like it's highly produced, well thought out. A lot of effort has gone into this. This isn't just some fucking lazy shit that's gone on.
Yeah.
Anything that's not lazy shit, I'm fully behind, even if it's not my kind of thing. A lot of the makeup channels. I know this is, people are like, oh, makeup channels. But like these people are putting in the effort. This isn't just something you can just pick up like a spurg and do just because you think you can. It's just simple remedial stuff. It takes effort. It's not my kind of thing.
All right, so we got another super chat from Mitch that says hashtag back to Gaia Online, Lewis. I'm not sure what that is a reference to.
What Gaia Online is?
I think that's a Japanese MMORPG.
See, I knew you'd know what it was. Fucking weeb shit.
Is it like a phone thing, dude?
Yeah, go on. Pretend you don't know.
I don't know. I don't play MMORPGs altogether, and I definitely don't play Eastern ones. It's like not Minecraft, but whatever that older RPG is, MMORPG.
I can't believe there isn't a Nazi version of Minecraft called Minecraft.
No,
I just can't believe it doesn't exist yet.
That's pretty fringe.
But
even if it's just a meme, that's pretty fringe for a meme.
Yeah, but it's easy to make a Minecraft style game, and I don't know, it'd just be a way of the alt-right pissing people off. they're not very creative at all. They're pissing off.
All right, well, I guess I'll take some quick questions from chat. Be sure to send them in via super chat so I can see them quickly. But we'll take some questions from chat and then wrap this one up because we've been going for quite a while.
Yeah, I should go to bed already.
All right, we got one super chat. What are your thoughts on YouTube putting stricter terms or smaller channels to form? Seen TJ do a video about it and didn't see it. Other YouTubers talk about it. So yeah, I didn't really talk about this. I don't really have much of an opinion. I know Styx did a video on this as well. It's ultimately their platform, yada yada. I do agree with Styx made the point that it deters people from going, like, you want to basically try to be a platform that seems appealing to people and have them incentivized to try hard and do well, and that it is disincentivizing small channels. I agree with that. But this was a while ago when this actually happened, or at least when it was announced. I think it's already in effect. But yeah, I don't think that it was big enough of a deal to really do much damage to YouTube, but I do think that it is something that disincentivizes people from trying when they're a small channel.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to do is to disincentivize small channels from growing.
Yeah. Because they could be your next fucking PewDiePie. You don't have no idea.
Exactly. You don't know what's going to make it big. So.
All right. Let's see. Tyler Vice saying, fuck YouTube. Did Sargon go to Speaker's Corner?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
I don't blame you because there were some violent fucking Islamists out there.
I'm not worried about that specifically.
I would be.
Yeah, it's not scary, but like it looked like a good thing to go down to. Honestly, I just didn't know about it in time. I only learned about it the day before, and I didn't have time to plan to go.
Yeah, it's pretty weird to do it on a Sunday.
Well, Sunday is the day that people go to Speaker's Corner and talk about things.
Oh, okay.
So it's actually normal to do it on a Sunday in this country. Everyone else is working the other days. And I happen to work on a Sunday, so it's like great.
Baczynski says he's sending another super chat, but he's got to go to bed.
Fair enough.
All right. Any more questions before we go? Any more prying minds have something to add before we just go? There's a lot of people arguing about cringe. What's cringe? Everything's cringe.
Someone sent me a link to a clip where Andy and that is going around LA or Hollywood or whatever it was, and someone literally came up to them and told them that they were cringe.
Oh, that's amazing.
I know, it's just like, there we go, guys. There we go. This should be everything you need to hear. You guys are acting like fucking. And the thing is, they got stopped for like some sort of hate speech or something, didn't they? Because California.
Yeah, they did. They got detained for a little bit.
Yeah. Do we agree that there's a problem yet? Can we all agree that there's a fucking problem?
Somebody's asking if you're woke on the Pakistani question.
Well, it depends what woke on the Pakistani
Yeah, I don't know
question
what you mean
means.
by that.
If Pakistan is full of Muslims, really, really fundamentalist ones, yes. No, I'm anti-Jirga, if anyone's curious. They needed my political stance on what the Jirga is.
Don't advertise your fucking channel on my channel, bitch.
Me?
There's somebody in the chat.
Oh, right, yeah, I try not to. Sorry.
Not you. I'm talking to people in chat. Somebody just like, hey, subscribe to my channel, put a link. It's like, no, I don't think so.
What was the name of the guy's channel?
I don't know. Some liberals get the bullet too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sounds like a great channel.
Baked Alaska, am I being detained?
Oh, didn't he cut back from a fight as well?
I don't know.
Yeah, some guy apparently challenged him, and he was like, "Nah, I'm just gonna run around spewing this Nazi propaganda for a bit." This guy was pissed off about it. It's like weird.
Talk to Tariq Fatah about why Pakistan needs to be dissolved. Saying this to you.
Oh, I will do. I'm aware of who he is, and if I'm aware of who they are, then they must have something.
Good luck fucking dissolving that country.
Yeah. I don't see it happening anytime soon or anything.
Super chat. Sargon, ever considering doing an event in Seattle or Washington? Do you mean Washington overall as a state or Washington, D.C.?
I'm sure he means the state.
Yeah. Any plans for Seattle?
I haven't got any plans to do so.
You probably get an audience there, I would say, even if it is a left-wing hellhole.
I'm planning to do a New York show. That's something.
I hate fucking New York City. I hate it so much.
I've only been there once. It was I quite enjoyed it actually. It was quite nice. Everyone was very nice to me.
I refer to it as an open sewer.
I can see why people would do that. I didn't dislike it, but that's because I was in the touristy bits in the middle.
Now people are saying Seattle's a shithole. Dissolve it with an atomic blast regarding Pakistan. It's pretty woke.
Oh yeah.
Somebody blaming me for them staying up. That's too bad.
Go
to bed, you faggot.
Yeah, I should do the same.
Mundane Matt works for Pizzagate. Thanks for that input.
Does he? That's
yeah, he just did a video dumping on that and Seth. What's the guy? Seth. What's his face?
Seth Andrews.
No, a guy that worked at the DNC that got shot.
Yeah, I thought that was the guy.
That's not his last name, I think. He dumped on that.
Oh, Seth Rich, was it?
Seth Rich, yeah. He basically, because his parents are suing, his parents are suing a bunch of people at this point.
Who are they suing?
Fox News.
Oh, what? Because of
because they basically reported it and said that the story was suspicious.
Oh, which story? What position did Fox News have? Sorry.
Basically, that his death was mysterious.
It was.
I don't think they even went as far as to say he was the leaker or whatever, but
his death certainly was mysterious.
Yeah, it was just a mysterious death, and I agree. I'm not even on the board to say that it was the DNC or Hillary Clinton assassin that got the guy, but it is mysterious.
Yeah. To be fair, though, that's only because I don't want to get shot in the back of the head.
Yeah, you don't want to get barbelled by Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to get barbelled.
People are telling you, Taco Liquor says California needs a nuke. I'm just gonna not comment on that, but leave it open for people to contemplate.
I mean, again, where's the lie?
Sargon, go to Syracuse to New York. That'd be very close to me.
Yeah,
Syracuse is fairly small, though.
You still find an excuse not to come out. You can't.
Yeah, it'll be cringe. That's why.
Oh God, yeah, I should have thought about that.
Seattle's an overpriced shithole.
Everywhere's an overpriced shithole, though. To be honest, mate.
Okay, I got a $1 donation from Soup Can, who doesn't say anything. Thank you, Soup Can. And a comment from TK who says, liberalistic-ism mystic solution to the German problem.
Wow, this has been the British liberalist conundrum for many hundreds of years now. What to do about the German question? Honestly, I'm not against the Carthaginian solution. I think Churchill was a cuck.
Oh man.
But I am a bit of a radical when it comes to that, so I'm aware that that's a radical position to hold.
Somebody's saying that they want you to stream with PewDiePie so that he can meet Dr. Layman.
I would love to stream with PewDiePie. I think PewDiePie has better things to do.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Someone's asking, since Packies are Asians, does Lewis also love them? You can answer your own question.
Well, Louis,
And then he puts Asians in brackets.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yes, Asian is a code word in this country.
Yeah, it is. I was gonna say it's just a code word. Tim says, am I or are you? You should do a gig at Gen Con in Indianapolis.
Gen Con.
Yeah, lots of SJWs to piss off.
Can't say I've ever heard of it.
I have heard of it, but I don't remember what it is. I think it's like a general collection of like a video game convention, comic convention, like it's for everything.
Right, okay. Well, if they're SJWs, I get to piss them
off. Send him an email, I guess. Try to set it up. Someone says, Sargon, you're a good dude. You're always welcome in the United States.
Thanks.
I told him he needs to fucking immigrate.
Well, I can't just abandon my country. I'm not going to do it.
Just act as an activist in exile. German nukes when?
Well, again, don't get me started on the.
Leave the Germans to the French and let them fight it out. That's what somebody says.
Every time we do that, the French win. So the Germans win. So
yeah,
it takes our intervention to put the Germans back in Germany.
I got some people asking, what do you think of Tonka and the Kumite?
Tonka seems like a sound guy. Seems like a nice dude. I don't have a problem with him at all.
Hashtag Glass California.
California.
Seen JonTron lately?
Not in person, but I speak to him fairly regularly.
That's good.
Oh yeah,
I didn't even know that, but that's good.
I'm good friends with John. He's a great guy, really great guy. Really
good to hear. Somebody asked me, how do you feel what your precious, in brackets, Asians did in Telford? Apologizing for spelling in the city. It's actually, I think, correct. You just know those.
I think that was aimed at you. What
Asian rape gangs that are going around.
Rape gangs in Telford, they're a real problem. You should do something about it. Use your Asian whispering powers.
Yeah, all those Koreans and Japanese people going around the UK raping girls.
Honestly, there's a huge problem with Chinese immigrants and gang rape. It's just terrible.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
They politely gang rape all these girls. It's awful.
They gang rape them and then buy out their apartment building and drive out the prices.
Yeah, exactly. And set up a laundromat and a Chinese restaurant, and and then we end up shopping there. It's actually, you know what? No, seriously.
First they rape us, then we buy from them. It's terrible.
No, seriously. There are actually a lot of Middle Eastern takeaways where this has happened.
Oh, really? Jesus.
Yeah, there was one. I can't remember where it was.
Oh, yeah.
There was an accusation that one of the girls was put into a kebab. I
remember that.
It's just like, holy shit.
Yeah, I remember that. That's
imagine if that's actually true.
Tim says that we need to start advocating the U.S. as a place for free speech exiles or refugees to head to from corrupt, censorious nations like the UK and Canada. Time to show our fellow Anglos what's up. I agree. Largely, the UK should become, or excuse me, the United States should become basically, I don't even know what you would call it, a nation for the refugees of the world in terms of free speech.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to get Anglo refugees from the Anglosphere, I mean, they're going to be more compatible than
absolutely
most other refugees. So you could do a lot worse for immigrants.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I would be happy taking these. And I'm not even. I'm pretty much against mass immigration en masse. But if we've got to take anyone, then yeah, I'd rather be Anglosphere. Jesus.
I got a question for you. Arch versus V. Who wins that battle of autism, Sargon?
Oh, God. Well, they've both got bandy arms, and they're not exactly fighting men. So how are they competing?
Okay, we need an update on that guy that asked that question.
Yeah.
Did you just say that one of the girls was put into a kebab?
There is a theory that one of them was put into a kebab. Yes. I'm not joking.
Yeah, I know. I read that.
Like it's speculated. It was never proven, but apparently these guys were joking about it, and it's possible. I mean, girls are
Romanian wins this that one, says Tim. So we got one vote for V because he's a Romanian.
Well, they've got less to lose than the Norwegians do.
Taco Liquor says anime is the greatest crime against humanity.
Agree. Categoric.
Tyler Valle says, was the rape of Nanking a prank?
the rape of Nanking was cringe.
It was a oh God, what is the phrase?
War crime?
No. It was like a what was it, like a in-life experiment, something like that? What's the phrase called?
A social experiment.
Social experiment, yeah, social experiment gone wrong.
Pretty woke. I like that.
God.
Let's see what some of it actually did have aspects of that. I mean, like you had these two Japanese officers who were competing over who could kill the most Chinese prisoners in one day.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, right, okay,
that's the Japanese for you.
Yeah.
They've never not been known for being fucking brutal.
It's just honestly, mate, it's just East Asia.
Oh yeah, they basically, Marx went over there and said, yeah, these guys are a little bit too materialistic. Oh man,
they are so quick to dehumanize one another.
Oh yes, they are.
It's insane. I mean,
the biggest surprise in the history of East Asia is that communism caught on. That's my biggest surprise.
We're really poor,
The rape, a quote by Tyler that says, the rape of Nanking was cringe. Sargon of Akkad 2018.
Always, I like.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. So that's the most productive a collection of Chinese have ever been, referring to the rapes. Jesus. I don't know if I agree with that. Fucking Chinese people are pretty goddamn productive.
I guess.
People are saying you're going to be Gandhi in the United States.
I'm going to be Gandhi?
Yeah. For free speech.
Oh, I hope not. I don't want to be like some guy who has to do things. I've never liked being a guy who has to do things.
All right, let's wrap this up, guys. Let's get a couple more questions and let's wrap this up. Japan is an island of peace. That's true. For their history, they've always been an island of peace. One of the things I know about their history is that the most notable parts of their history is when they're at all at peace. It really is like this was the era in Japan where we weren't at constant war. It's like, oh, look at that 1 or 2 periods. Wow, that's great. As far as I know, the longest one was after they got nuked and demilitarized.
As you might imagine.
But that's fine there. There's what is it? Still 50% of Japanese people self-identify literally as pacifists.
Yeah, I can believe it.
To a violent degree where their own representatives will attack other representatives for not being pacifist enough, literally physically assault them for not being pacifist enough.
Fucking pacifism.
But from my perspective, that's a good thing. Knowing their history, go for it. It's like the Germans attacking another German for not being enough of a pacifist. Just go for it. We've had enough.
Honestly, though, the Germans just won't stop, mate. You know, even with this new pacifist regime of the Germans, they're still fucking shit up. Like,
I mean,
they just can't stop trying to take over Europe. It's so weird.
it is a bit ridiculous. I don't know what it is with the Germans, but they just don't ever stop. The French have given up, but the Germans can't stop for some reason.
Unironically, they just won't stop. And it's like, look, we're gonna buy Europe. No, you're not. You're fucking awful. Go away. And the things I just say, I lived in Germany for 8 years. Germans are
I know.
nice people.
I know they're good people, but they're just insane.
It's their governments that are the problem.
Sargon, Packies are worse than Germans, says a guy in the chat.
I suggest you haven't lived in Germany.
So I got a guy saying that he's going to go to bed, so he wants me to say his name. So his name is Howdly Doodly Champion, the Diddly Doodler. And his super chat is just to say his name. So there you go, man. Thanks for the support. All right. Anything else, guys, before we close this out? Nukes are a weapon of peace.
Of course.
I mean, technically they are now. I mean, after they've been used, technically they are a weapon of peace.
Yeah, they're actually one of the best weapons of peace.
The grand irony is that anime is the result of Japan trying to copy Western cartoons. That is actually true.
Fucking degeneracy.
They've been westernized for quite a while.
Look what they've done.
But they've managed basically to outdo us what we normally do. Usually the United States takes other people's culture and then basically commercializes it. But this is actually one of the times where we've been out commercialized. And that has been by the Japanese with anime. That's true. It's unfortunate. We're lagging behind with taking other people's culture and making it our own. We need to step that up.
Anime technology is lagging behind.
It is. Well, the problem is that the people that are involved with anime in the West, they're fucking half of them are half screw SJWs. Half of them.
Like literally everyone everywhere is a fucking SJW these days. It's infuriating.
Yeah. Anyone involved in entertainment, culture, like you just can't trust them. I don't know what it is.
I don't know why they pander to it so much.
Well, it's the well, no, it's not the pandering, it's the people that are just there. You know, and the thing is that like I've seen Diversity in Comics, who's a commentator who talks a lot about comics, obviously. He considers it to be just a matter of what we saw in Gamergate with the people that just know each other.
Yeah, I think it probably is.
They know somebody and they need a job, so they get a job.
Yeah, I could believe that that's the case. In fact, I would have trouble believing that it wouldn't be that way.
Yeah, because the thing is that like when you listen to people, especially when they're like a fan of something or supposed to be a fan, and they go like, "Well, I'm a fan of it, but it just needs to change in every single way conceivable." It's like, well, how are you a fucking fan?
It is highly problematic, though. So, yeah, it sounds like you actually hate these things that you criticize constantly.
Tyler, he's not going to understand that question.
The weeb shit.
It's an anime question. He's not going to understand that.
I'm not going to understand weeb shit. And honestly, half of that is on purpose.
That's fine. So, me too.
Liar.
No, it is. Me too. Okay, the chat's like falling apart. Now Tyler's saying you have a small brain. Tim says, when is Sargon going to do his videos on Brexit? Looks like quite the clusterfuck going on over there. Any comments on that? Or did you break up?
I broke up, but Tyler, don't make me come for you.
Did you hear the question asked from Tim?
No, what was it?
He asked, when are you going to do some videos on Brexit? Because it looks like a clusterfuck at the moment.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for things to resolve themselves. It's difficult to know what to do because I just don't know what's happening. Like nobody does, you know. Like it is a clusterfuck at the moment, and The EU have absolutely no respect for Theresa May, absolutely none, and they demonstrate this on a daily basis. Merkel, right? It's just inconceivable that this could be the case to me, right? But Merkel, literally, Theresa May decided she was going to try and find some stones and say, no, we demand you do something really petty and small, and that was barely a concession at all. And Merkel ended up laughing at her in the fucking Bundestag or whatever they call it. And it was just like, fucking hell, Theresa, that's it. They laugh at you. Do you understand? They laugh at you, right? We are in a position where we are actually like able to sink the entire EU. The previous French Prime Minister came out and was like, look, Britain has a responsibility not to destroy the EU on its way out. So yeah, because if we turn around and say, you know what, we're giving you nothing, no money at all, right? German economy massively hit. German car industry fucking demolished, right? Yeah, don't get me wrong, it would demolish us too. You know, we'll take the pain as well, right? But the thing is, the EU, we are the second biggest contributor to the EU, which means that we give them £6.5 billion or euros a year, and Germany gives 9 billion. Okay, how about we give you nothing, clearing a nice 6 billion overhead on our fucking ledger, but that puts extra pressure on Germany after we then thrash your economy by destroying your car industry. You know, now you have to pay another 6 billion into the EU to keep it afloat, and we've ruined one of your biggest industries. What now, Germany? What now? You know, and if we want to fucking play hardball, we could do that. You know, we could just literally say, look, we are going to flip the fucking table if you don't do exactly as we say. And really, what would they be able to do?
Nothing, as far as I can tell. I think that it can't happen soon enough and just get out and let the whole thing fall. And I doubt much will be different afterwards.
There will be changes, but like this is why Donald Trump. I mean, he was asked the other day, "How do you think the Brexit negotiations are going?" And he was just like, "Well, it's not how I'd do it." And it's like, "You're damn right, it's not. It's because it's being done fucking badly."
Yeah, by all appearances, it is. I had somebody ask, or somebody say, actually make a statement, say that Thunderfoot is apparently still really salty over Brexit and Trump.
No. What are you gonna do?
Somebody's asking, will there be a Sargoy versus Meadowcuck 2?
I don't really see the point, because I'd just be sitting there going, Jim, you don't care about anything. You'd be like, yeah, I don't care about anything. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it'd be a big waste of time, but considering the views, let's do it on my fucking channel.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if we're going for the super chats, I'll take the money. I mean,
oh.
But seriously though, it's just like there's no point. He knows he doesn't stand for anything, and he's brazen about it. It's like, okay, well then, there's no conversation to be had, is there?
Yeah, it's kind of a useless conversation, to be honest. Somebody's asking if you'd ever stream with Hard Bastard, who's a YouTuber. Apparently he's been saying that you've fallen from grace or something like that.
Well, don't put me on a pedestal, is my advice.
He's reacted to me poorly as well. Like when I some guy named Swedish something just uploaded that commentary or the live stream I did with you and Jim. He just ripped it and put it up on his own channel, and I flagged it down. I took it off his channel. Yeah. And apparently a bunch of people went to this Hard Bastard guy and just told him, like, I'm just going around just combing the web trying to find any videos that I can to flag. Okay. And he basically panicked, took down an entire stream of his, and then blamed me.
I'm not sure if I'm familiar with this Hard Bastard guy.
Yeah, I used to watch him a while back. He's a YouTuber, pretty small.
Yeah, there is a YouTuber I'd recommend. Is a guy called Swamp Troll. He's a Swedish guy who does really, really nicely written videos. He's very eloquent, very good command of English for someone whose first language is not English. And obviously he's opposed to what's happening in Sweden. And they're very, very good and informative videos. I mean, I don't want to recommend Angry Foreigner because he's got a huge channel, so there's no. I would recommend something small, but I'm not familiar with Hard Bastards. So. If I am, I can't remember him off the top of my head.
Bunch of people in the chat are shitting on Jim. So we'll take I'll take one more question and let's end this. We'll end the stream. End it. So Hard Bastard and Aiden Paladin are a couple. I've seen them together. I don't know if they're a couple, but I have seen them together.
Paladin was a lesbian.
Fuck,
that's a bad thing. I just assumed. I don't know why even now I think about it.
Oh, we just got a super chat. What is it? Love both your work, gentlemen. Thank you for it. You're welcome there, Osir.
Thanks, man.
Somebody says that Swamp Troll is brilliant.
He is. He is really good.
Somebody saying that Aiden Paladin is dating Hard Bastard. He doesn't like Sargon for some reason, but he doesn't say why.
Okay, he's allowed to not like me without any reason.
No one will know.
Yeah, he doesn't have to give a reason. But like Hard Bastard, if you don't justify yourself, just hate irrationally. You don't have to give any of these people a fucking reason. You just fucking be you, man. Be you.
If we nuke the Middle East, nothing of value will be lost. Thank you there, Howley. I think you went to bed, dude. Go to bed. Do your shit. Somebody's saying to you, do your shitlord stream again.
Yeah, I guess I haven't. I've just been busy.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't thought about stuff really. I've just been doing.
Yeah, it's been a while since that happened.
Well, honestly, I mean, what's Anita done that's in any way interesting recently?
Nothing. She's just useless.
She's a non-entity at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So. I mean, like her videos get literally like
almost none.
Yeah, like a tiny number of views, and it's like, hey, she's become a nobody.
All right. Anything else? Let me check a Twitter. I don't think there was. Okay, there is nothing on Twitter. People mocking Thunderfoot.
I still quite like Thunderfoot. I still like his videos. I think his works, like his videos are decent still. I don't.
Angus, I already answered your question, bro. I'm not asking it again. I just asked and answered the question, dude. Come on. All right, come on. One more. Let's get one more good question and let's tie this up. Somebody give me something. Come on.
Come on.
Apparently somebody says they're going to your channel to watch This Week in Stupid.
I'm amazed that's not been put in limited state yet.
Somebody's asking me if I'm going to go to PAX West. No. Here's your answer.
PAX West?
Yeah, PAX West. Apparently, Chris Reagan and Monday and Matt are going to it.
Oh, what is it?
It's PAX, PAX East or PAX in general convention.
Oh, is it a gaming thing?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Right, okay.
PAX West is basically the West Coast iteration of the PAX East, which is the original.
Right, okay.
Yeah, somebody's complaining. Just people ripping on Thunderfoot.
I don't know why he got so salty about it. It's like
I have no idea, dude. He went off the fucking rails.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, if Brexit had failed and we voted to remain, I'd have been like, okay, yeah, fair enough. That sucks, but maybe it's come. I was resigned to the idea. I didn't think we'd get out.
Somebody's saying that Anita conquered gaming. You can't destroy her. I think that honestly, there's more truth to that than anything. That
I just think she's done.
I think I've always separated her politics to herself, and I can say that herself she's defeated, but her politics have won out. I don't think there's anything showing positives, and I've yet to see anyone really contradict me on that.
No, there are lots of SJWs.
What about this indie game? What about Daniel Varvra? It's like, oh, how many Daniel Varvras do we have in a fucking year?
Yeah, Kingdom Come is a good start.
Yeah,
it was a good game. I'm enjoying it, but like, yeah.
Somebody saying Sargon caused Brexit. That sounds correct.
I would love for that to be true, but I don't think I'm that influential.
Oh, okay. This is going to be the end question. Thank you, Ethan Hawthorne. I'll say your name. And this is the final question of the... Oh, shit, I lost. Okay, here it is. Okay, fuck, kill, marry. These are the three choices. Okay, you ready? Merkel, Clinton, May.
That's horrific. What kind of sick bastard would give that as an option? Fucking hell.
So I'll reiterate. Fuck, kill, marry. Merkel, Clinton, May.
Oh, God.
Which would you fuck?
they have to be old?
Oh
Like back from
God!
their youth, when they were young?
Nope, as is, baby. I always take. I've even been given this question before. I always take the fourth option, which is to kill myself.
Yeah, just if blowing my brains out as an option, I would definitely take that. Fucking hell, I don't know.
You've gone robotic.
Yeah, because my brain and my internet connection is like, no, this is unfair. You can't just push him out with a horrible question like this. Okay, so of the three, I think Clinton is probably the best looking. And when I say that, that's not an endorsement of Clinton's looks. That's just a commentary on the people we're talking about, really. I would say she's probably technically the best looking. It's just unbelievable anyone would ever have to say that, but this is the position I've been put in. I think that you could make a moral case for Angela Merkel being held responsible for some of the terrible things that have been happening in Germany, more so than you can make any case than Theresa May. So if I had to kill one of them, it would probably be Merkel.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'm going to have to marry Theresa and have a really fucking horrible and stultifying sex life with her, because she's the one who banned pornography in the UK, I think.
Yeah. Well, I would say that knowing them to the limited degree that I do, I would say that I'm going to say Mary May, because she seems somewhat redeemable. Like, she doesn't seem like she seems incompetent, but maybe not insanely insufferable like the other two. So I'll say Mary May. I don't know. I don't have the animus towards Merkel that others would, but like I don't.
There's a reason why called her.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll switch it. Oh God. I'll fuck May. I'll say I'll fuck May. Okay, I'm gonna fuck May because she's the least worst of the three, in my opinion. So the question is, Nato, who do I marry and who do I kill? I'll say this for the money. I'll marry Clinton for the political power, because she'll be dead soon anyways. And
she's probably okay with you having extramarital affairs.
Yeah, there you go. And I'll kill Merkel because she's just the other option. So fuck May, kill Merkel, marry Clinton for the politics. There you go.
That's a horrific fucking...
That was a great end question. So thank you, Ethan. All right, I guess we're going to have to kill this stream because it's killed your Skype, or rather Google. But thanks for stopping by, Sargon. Thanks for everyone for your support. And I appreciate everyone for stopping by, all the questions you've asked. And Sargon, especially, thanks for dropping everything, mostly, to come stream with me to talk about mostly inane shit. But
so it's been fun.
All right. Great. All right, thanks everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Be sure to visit my affiliates. Be sure to visit both of our channels. As you already are here, be sure to visit Sargon. Watch This Week in Stupid, which I have not finished for this week. But otherwise, thanks for stopping by.